In June, which many people were able to join us on, which was great, brought us to 3 different sites where biodiversity is being managed, and we saw firsthand the work and the challenges that are there for people who are trying to consider, to conserve and to restore biodiversity. Since we met then in June, we held a session for stakeholders, and that was including farming groups, construction groups, tourism businesses, conservation groups, and we told them all about the Assembly, and we encouraged them to engage with us, encouraging them to make submissions to the Assembly, and we'll be inviting those who do engage with us to contribute to our conversations and our deliberations. So anyone with an expertise needs to be in the room because we do want to make sure that we hear all the perspectives on these topics, and I really hope that those invitations will be accepted so that we can have those respectful discussions that I referred to a little bit earlier. If you want to have a look at that stakeholder meeting, there's a video of it on the website as well. Also over the summer, myself, the Secretariat and the Expert Advisory Group, who were all sitting down the back, ready for your difficult questions throughout the weekend, we worked hard to consider how we were going to eat this particular elephant, keeping in mind conservation strategies. But this is a tricky topic, and I myself was very overwhelmed at the start of the summer going, how on earth are we going to manage this? But I feel confident now that we've come up with a good plan to try and tackle it. And Micheál Conaja on our Expert Advisory Group will present that to you. The steering group have seen it and it's got a thumbs up. So hopefully you'll agree with the approach that we have considered in trying to tackle this issue. I know also that you have all been thinking about this over the summer, chatting with your family and friends and neighbours and local businesses and local farmers about biodiversity and challenges. And I know from some of you already that they've been sometimes tricky conversations, but isn't it great that we're opening up those conversations? I think already the Secretariat are blown away by how engaged the members of this particular Assembly are, because you're already really engaged in the topic. You have read the submissions, you're looking forward to tackling this, and I'm looking forward to the questions that we'll have and the discussions that we'll have now about this topic. I think it's particularly important, and it's come up in my own conversations with you now as well, that climate change and biodiversity, they've been prominent in our national conversations over the summer. And unfortunately, we've seen tensions with that and misinformation with that. And so we're going to try and counter that here. That's my particular wish, that in this Citizens' Assembly, this will be the space for respectful discussion, where we're not talking from the edges, but we're trying to come together to understand other people's perspectives and try to come to an agreement moving forward, where what we have, as I've said before, we have a balance between nature, between society, and between the economy. So I hope that that's something that we can strive towards. There's also a great interest externally in our work. I'm delighted to say we've already had over 300 submissions. Each submission will be read by myself and the Expert Advisory Group and the Secretariat. And we will be making a summary of particular submissions, but I encourage you to take a look at them as well. You don't have to go home and read all of them, don't worry about that. But it is important that we kind of recognise the interests and the perspectives of other people and the time that they're putting into telling us about their perspectives on biodiversity and biodiversity loss. So we have a full schedule for this weekend and for the autumn. It's all to be determined, though. Nothing is set in stone, and we're very much wanting to hear from you, the members of the Assembly, about your thoughts on the weekend. The evaluation forums will be very important. The notes from each discussion that the facilitator and the note taker are taking will be very important. What you say to the steering group will be very important because it will continuously guide our planning. And I wonder if the steering group might take us a moment and just stand up and wave for the people who mightn't recognise you because they're new or forgotten your faces. So if you don't mind, just, okay, thanks. We've Rory, thank you very much, and Sheila, and Anka, Louise, and I'm so terrible, I should have written down all the names, and Daniel, and, okay, sorry, thank you. Thank you for being the steering group. Thank you for representing the rest of the members of the Assembly. And if you have anything particularly critical feedback, we do want to hear it. So you can speak to me, but also you can speak to the steering group. As I was saying, this is a complex topic. It's an interconnected topic, and it's also a long-term concept. As I also mentioned, previous citizens' assemblies have instigated great change for future generations. And personally, for me, I've been blown away by the older generations' considerations of the generations that are coming behind them, particularly in recent referenda. There was conversations that I had with my own granny, who only passed away last week, but she voted yes because she was saying, this isn't about me, this is about the generations coming forward. And I want to put us in that particular space now as we start our work, because I think it's important that we try to be good ancestors. And that's a phrase that I have swiped from the book that I'm reading at the moment, which I'm really enjoying. It's a book by Dr. Roman Krzurnik, and I'm so sorry, Roman, that I actually forgot to practice that with you. Was it? It's a book I'm learning so much from, because the concept that this land isn't ours, but that it's inherited from our children, is something that I do remember from my childhood, and then I forgot about it until I was reading Roman's book again. And it's that image of the oak tree that maybe we referenced at the beginning of this work as well, that we want the big trees for our children and our children's children to look at and touch and feel and smell. And so that's the kind of place that I want to put us into now when we're considering biodiversity loss in Ireland. So I'm delighted that Roman has travelled from Oxford in England to be with us for the weekend and to present to us on being a good ancestor. To give you a little bit of background on him, he's an Australian-born public philosopher, and his books focus on the power of ideas to change society, and I hope it prompts us in our discussions and in our thinking for this wonderful Citizens' Assembly that we're all part of. So please join me in giving our first speaker for the weekend a really warm welcome.
Thank you very much for that introduction, and hello to you all. Good morning. So as you heard there, biodiversity loss and the biodiversity emergency is a long-term issue. It's something that is with us here today, but also the decisions we make as a society now will have impacts for generations to come. And so I want to encourage you as you have your discussions this weekend and the weekends to come to take the long view, to think about that question of, how can we be good ancestors? How can we be remembered well by the generations to come? I want to say a little bit more about that now, first by introducing you to my children. Now, at the end of 2019, at the time of the last UK general election, that's where I live, my wife and I decided to give our twins, who just turned 11, we decided to give them an unusual birthday present. We decided to give them our votes. So we all sat around the kitchen table, as you can see there, and we debated the party manifestos and the electoral system, and they then told us where to put the X on the ballot sheet. And in case you're wondering, they didn't exactly follow their parents' political opinions. Close, but not quite. Now, why did we do that? We did it, of course, because we know that the interests of our children and their children and so on are not really represented very well in our politics, in our economics. And we need to think about how we can get out of the short-term cycles that we're caught in. We know that most of our politicians can hardly see beyond the next election or even the latest tweet, that businesses can't see beyond the quarterly report, that governments sit around international conference tables arguing with each other while the planet burns and species disappear. And of course, as individuals, we're constantly on our phones and clicking the buy now button. This is the age of the tyranny of the now, the domination of the present moment. And of course, we know we need more long-term thinking to deal with lots of different problems in society, to be planning for the next pandemic on the horizon, to deal with wealth inequality which gets passed on from generation to generation, to deal with threats from new technologies like artificial intelligence, but of course to deal with the global ecological emergency, climate change, biodiversity loss, and issues like that. And the way I think about this is that, in a way, we dump these problems, these ecological problems and these technological risks, we dump them on future generations as if there's nobody there in the future. And I think it's really well represented by this cartoon you can see there. There's all the stuff that we dump, climate change, environmental problems, toxic waste, and this is really the situation. That's the crap we inherited. That's our crap. We'll let the grandkids sort it out. I think that's kind of how we look at this. But it's quite difficult, I think, to grasp the scale of this problem. And I find it helpful to look at this diagram, which is from my book, The Good Ancestor, which is called the scale of unborn generations. Now, there in the little green circle is everyone alive today, the living, nearly 8 billion of us. Now, if we get really long-term here and go back 50,000 years, an estimated 100 billion people have been born and died. But if you go forward 50,000 years, assuming this century's birth rates stabilize, level off, nearly 7 trillion people will be born. So there in that big orange circle are all your grandchildren, then their grandchildren, and the friends and communities on whom they'll depend. You know, in the next 2 centuries alone, tens of billions of people will be born. So there's a real question there of how are they going to remember us for what we did or didn't do when we had the chance? And someone who really thought about this issue a lot was the immunologist Jonas Salk, who you might know in the 1950s developed the first polio vaccine. And in later life, he said that the great question facing humanity is this: are we being good ancestors? In other words, if we're going to preserve the natural world for future generations, we need to think about how they'll remember us. And he believed that if we were going to be good ancestors, we need to start thinking much more long-term, not just on the scale of seconds and minutes and hours, but on the scale of years, decades, even centuries. And the good news is actually, human beings are quite good at this. We actually have a history, a tradition of being able to think long-term about various issues. Just think about what's sometimes called cathedral thinking. Oops, let me go back. Cathedral thinking, which is the idea of embarking on projects with very long time horizons. And that idea of cathedral thinking comes from the first medieval cathedrals and religious buildings that were built, and ones like St. Patrick's Cathedral in Dublin, when the first foundation stones were laid in the 12th century. Those who laid those stones probably knew that the building would never be finished within their own lifetimes. That's the kind of long-term vision which we can aspire to, in a way. But we also see this in scientific projects. This is the Svalbard Global Seed Vault, which is collecting millions of seeds in an indestructible rock bunker in the Arctic Circle that's designed to last for 1,000 years. So it's like a botanical Noah's Ark, preserving the world's plant biodiversity. But we also bring long-term thinking into decision-making. There's lots of great innovations. In Japan, there's this organization I love called Future Design, and it's a bit like a citizens' assembly. What they do is they invite local people to discuss and draw up plans for the towns and cities where they live. And they typically divide them into 2 groups. Half of them are told they're residents from the present day, and the other half are given these beautiful kind of kimono-like ceremonial gowns to wear, and I have one here. This is from the small town of Yahaba, northern Japan, population 30,000. And the residents who are given the gowns to wear are told to imagine themselves as being residents from the year 2060, so to project themselves forward a few decades. And it turns out the residents from 2060 systematically advocate for more transformative plans when it comes to dealing with the biodiversity loss or climate change or problems with an aging population, many issues. And this future design movement is spreading throughout Japan. It's used in big cities, in government ministries. So I'd just like to invite you that when you're having your discussions this weekend, to maybe try and put yourself in the shoes of those future generations and imagine you're almost giving advice to the politicians of the present day. But I realize that it can be quite hard to make that connection with the generations to come. And in order to do that, I like to take you through a short thought experiment. It's just going to take a couple of minutes. It's called Human Layers. Now, in order to do this, I'd love you all to please stand up, if you could. If you can't stand and you want to keep sitting, you can, but ideally stand up and make sure you've got a little bit of space in front of you, okay? So just do what I do. So I'd like you just to close your eyes for a moment. Just take a deep breath. And I want you to imagine, with your eyes shut, the face of a young person in your life who you really care about. It could be a nephew or niece or your own child or grandchild. Just picture their face for a moment. And now just take a little step forward. You've now traveled 30 years into the future. Again, picture their face, now 30 years on. Think for a moment about the joys, that that person might be facing or the struggles they might be facing in their life. And now just take a small final step forward. It's now their 90th birthday party. They're 90 years old and they're surrounded by family and friends and loved ones and old work colleagues. Go and have a look out the window. What kind of world do you see out there? Imagine you're looking at a part of the Irish landscape that you love. What kind of state is it in all those decades into the future? And now you come back into the room, and this 90-year-old stands up and is about to give a birthday speech, but suddenly they see a photograph of you, their departed dead ancestor, over on the table. And they decide to tell the gathered room about something that you did to be a good ancestor, something that you did to help their generation and the planet they live on. Just think for a moment, with your eyes still shut, about what they said about you. And now just open your eyes again, and please do sit down. Now, I know that doing an exercise like that can be quite confronting for some people, particularly if you've got a dark, dystopian vision of the future. But it's all about trying to think about the kind of legacies we want to leave, the kind of connections we all have to generations in the past, to grandparents, but also to grandchildren and beyond that. And I think it's important to recognize that when we're thinking about legacies, we need to think about our ecological legacies too. We know that the ecological future of Ireland, as you will hear today and tomorrow in the talks to come, is as fragile as the wings of this dragonfly here. And so there's a question there of what are we going to do to leave a positive legacy for that ecological future? And someone who's really inspired me to think about this issue is a designer and biologist called Janine Benyus, spelled B-E-N-Y-U-S, inventor of the idea of something called biomimicry. I want to play you a very wise 1-minute clip from her, which I found very helpful. So here's Janine Benyus.
The answers we seek, the secrets to a sustainable world, are literally all around us. And if we choose to truly mimic life's genius, the future I see would be beauty and abundance, and certainly fewer regrets. In the natural world, the definition of success is the continuity of life. You keep yourself alive and you keep your offspring alive. That's success. But it's not the offspring in this generation. Success is keeping your offspring alive 10,000 generations and more. And that presents a conundrum because you're not going to be there to take care of your offspring 10,000 generations from now. So what organisms have learned to do is to take care of the place that's going to take care of their offspring. Life has learned to create conditions conducive to life. And that's really the magic heart of it. Life creates conditions conducive to life. And that's also the design brief for us right now. We have to learn how to do that. And luckily, we're surrounded by the answers and, millions of species willing to gift us with their best ideas.
And I love what she says there, because she's basically saying, as I understand it, that if we want to learn from nature, we've got 3.8 billion years of nature to learn from. Well, how have other species survived for 10,000 generations or more, whether they're bats or beavers or birds? By taking care of the place that will take care of their offspring, by not fouling the nest, by living within the boundaries of the ecosystem in which they're embedded. And if we want to do the same as a species, humankind, we need to do that. But of course, we're doing the opposite. We know that we're breaking through boundaries of dangerous biodiversity loss and climate change and ocean acidification. So we need to learn to live within those boundaries, to take care of the place that our children will inherit, and their children, and so on. In a way, that's the trick. It's about caring. Long-term thinking is all about caring about place, in a way. And that's exactly what you're talking about. But let me now just leave you with a final thought. This is a quote from Chief Oren Lyons, a Native American community leader from the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, or sometimes called the Iroquois. He says this, he says, "We are looking ahead, as is one of the first mandates given us as chiefs, to make sure that every decision we make relates to the welfare and the well-being of the 7th generation to come. And that is the basis by which we make decisions in council. Will this be to the benefit of the 7th generation?" And this idea of 7th generation decision making is found in many communities around the world, but I think it's something that you can bring into your discussions in this Citizens' Assembly. It's a philosophy of ecological stewardship. It's about leaving the world in a better state than which you inherited, about passing on the gift of creation to the generations to come. So let me just finish by saying that as you're having your discussions today and tomorrow, try and maybe imagine those future generations are sitting here at the table with you, maybe almost in an empty chair. Try and keep in your mind that question, are we being good ancestors? As you're dealing with the complexities of all the issues that you're facing, give a voice to those future generations. Let them into the room. Let them speak. And I believe that if you do that, you will have an extraordinary conversation and you will be leaving the world a better place than we've all found it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Roman. A very sobering and yet hopeful activity to do for all of us to start us in our work. So thank you for that. I found it quite emotional as well. I appreciate you prompting us in that, Roman. And I just want to give a note to Clodagh Harris on our expert advisory group, who's the one that suggested that the book and Roman actually might be a great place for us to start our work. So thank you for that, Clodagh. Roman is kindly staying with us for the weekend, so I hope that you'll get to meet him and chat with him over the coming 2 days and maybe interrogate him on what exactly we might be able to do in this space. So thank you, Roman. Now, to follow on, and I hope nicely from that, there is a Children and Young People's Assembly on Biodiversity Loss happening in tandem with our National Citizens' Assembly. And they will be working over the autumn as well, and we will bring them in November to hear what their recommendations are before we begin to vote on our own. So just to introduce us to them and to their work, we're just going to have a short video from their last session working together.
Many children and young people in Ireland are calling for urgent action to protect the natural environment. Across the world, biodiversity loss is affecting children's rights to grow up in healthy, safe and clean environments. It's exciting that a Citizens' Assembly on biodiversity loss is taking place in Ireland, as it's also very important that decisions being made about biodiversity loss involve under 18s. There's going to be a Children and Young People's Assembly on biodiversity loss.
Hi, I'm Jessie, and I'm one of the youth advisors helping to create the Assembly on Biodiversity Loss for Ireland.
With a team of biodiversity, deliberative democracy and children's rights experts. The youngest member of our team is 8 years old and the oldest is 60. We've been working together online and in person to make sure the Assembly will be a really fun and interesting experience for the Assembly members. So, how's our Assembly going to work? 35 Assembly members aged 7 to 17 have been randomly selected from across Ireland, making sure it fairly represents the diversity of children and young people in Ireland. Assembly members will spend 2 weekends together in October, one in County Wicklow and the other in County Kerry, to learn about biodiversity and create calls to action for decision makers in Ireland.
It's really important that the Assembly includes children and young people from all sorts of backgrounds, because diversity is the key to this process. It's also really important that young people deliver these arguments, because we are the future.
I think it's important children and young people like us can have our say, because we don't usually get to be involved in things that adults do, and we have lots of interesting things to say.
We'd love to share what we discover and create in our Children and Young People's Assembly with you, as you also come up with your recommendations. We'd love to hear your views and ideas too.
Thanks for listening. We hope to hear from you soon.
Sorry, Carl. So that's the Children's and Young People's Citizens Assembly, and we look forward to having them in November and hearing what their work has come up with as well. And I just want to apologise to Jenny, because I forgot your name earlier on the steering group. So Jenny, Sheila, Dan, Louise, Rory and Anka are all on your steering group, so please do find them later and give them your feedback. So after our talk and after looking at the video there, we're going to have a brief roundtable discussion. And during all roundtable discussions, the members of the advisory group will be around the room. The speakers will also be on hand, but you will have a Q&A afterwards that you can direct questions towards after the roundtable discussion. If it's okay with you, I might sit quietly in a couple of tables as well, just to get a sense of the discussions that are happening. I won't interject, but just to be there so I can have a knowledge of what's happening in the room as well. So we're going to take 20 minutes now for you to discuss what you've heard already, kind of prompting our sessions, and we'll come back to you in about 20 minutes. Thank you. on time now for questions and answers. Obviously, Roman is here, but our experts are at the back of the room as well, and we'll have roving mics. So if you have a question, I'm going to ask you to stand up, give us your name, and then give us your question as well. So following our introduction, are there any questions from the room right now? Always difficult to be the first person to start off. Thank you. Table 3, if we can get Connor's coming over to you with the microphone now.
Thank you, Roman. Sorry, my name's Fiona Egan, and thank you really very much, Roman. We all thought your presentation was very impactful, and we particularly were interested in this Japanese concept of actually having a group and where we might implement that in other areas. I was just wondering if you knew what kind of accountability was there on that Japanese level for making sure that their decisions were actually taken into account, or was it registered somewhere that, you know, did the person who ultimately maybe ignored that suggestion, were they held accountable, or were they recorded as having ignored the 7th generation? And maybe that's something we might look into recommending at a local level here. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks for that question, Fiona. So it's really interesting, that question of, in those kinds of assemblies like that Future Design in Japan, you know, do the politicians listen to them? What impact do they have? And the way it started in Japan was that when they had the first Future Design assemblies and they invited local citizens, they had local politicians were also part of it, kind of as members. And then from that stage, then the local government and politicians started doing future design themselves amongst their own employees, and they then opened a future design office in the town of Yahaba, where I'm wearing this gown from. So all of the major decision-making now in that town, anything that has anything to do with the future, whether it is about aging populations or biodiversity loss, goes through this process. So it's kind of quite integrated into it. But as you know, with citizens' assemblies, wherever they are in the world, they tend not to, what you say isn't necessarily put into practice. But the power that you have is a kind of power to persuade, as you're being representative, of the population. And I think that that's a really powerful thing in itself, just to have these discussions and have them outside the short-term fast time of daily politics, but this is sort of more slow-time deliberation. And I think future design is one of those sort of models that we can look to.
Just on that point, Fiona, and just to remind people in the room that the reason that citizens' assemblies are so successful in Ireland is that they have been taken seriously by the government and by the House of the Oireachtas as well. So when it was established last February, the government committed to taking a report and to consider and to provide a formal response in the Dáil chamber in a special debate. So in cases where they accept your recommendations, they will explain when they're going to be implemented, and where they have a difficulty with recommendations, they'll explain why they have a difficulty as well. So citizens' assemblies all around the world fail because they're not implemented. The reports lie on shelves, but ours don't. So the government, you mightn't often believe it, but the government are really looking forward to hearing what you have to say on this, because they don't know the answers and they're hoping and praying that you do.
Thanks, Art. We'll do our best to make sure that they don't forget us at the end of the process as well. Thank you. So we have another question from table 6, and Caroline is on her way with the microphone.
Hi, I'm Hilary from Cork. I'm just interested in that point you raised, Fiona, and just the Japanese. I'm just interested because culturally, Japan is very different to us, and discussions like that, in Ireland, there's a lot of we're quite vocal and everything else, but culturally, the Japanese aren't kind of like that in my experience. So I'm just wondering, how things like that would work in our culture versus their culture, and do you see any sort of interesting challenge from that point of view?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think they'll work even better in this culture, because actually when I've spoken to the founders of Future Design, they said actually it was quite difficult getting the conversations going, because there was like so much reverence for older people, and the younger people didn't want to speak up and things like that. And there are quite a lot of cultural barriers in Japan. And in fact, that future design method has now been used in other countries as well. I've been part of experiments in the Netherlands, and other places being used in Spain, and it's been very, very successful. So I just sort of think that when you bring people together, like you are here today, it has, you know, everyone's got their own experience to draw on. It creates a kind of energy, and as long as sort of people feel free to speak, it can be very, very effective. So actually, my hunch, I can't give you the data to prove it, is that those kinds of methods are actually more successful. And I think that partly is reflected in the fact that citizens' assemblies like this have been exploding across Europe at the local, regional, and national level. So it's really says something about their power.
Thank you. Thanks for that question, Hilary. I wonder if we could have an Irish Chris instead of a kimono for if we were to do it in Ireland. Are there any other questions? Great. So table 11.
Hello, Jean. I have a question for Ronan. You mentioned life creates life, or you quoted a lady who said life creates life, and effectively that nature takes care of the place, and effectively stating we should copy that. But I'm wondering, how does that work in real life, in that do animals not compete to create life, in that the lion eats as many wildebeest as it wants, the wildebeest eats as much grass as it wants. They don't actually care about the place. They just eat as much as they want and get eaten. So it's competition that takes care of the overall. So I'm just wondering how that squares with what was stated.
I'm sure there are probably some experts here that can talk about that first, but I can say something about it, but maybe... Yeah? Oh, well, I just say that, yeah, of course, there's competition in the living world. But what we tend not to find is that we tend not to find particular species completely destroying their habitats. Yes, there is, you know, lions eat animals, and all sorts of creatures may well try and occupy the nests. Some birds occupy the nests of others. But I think the big picture of evolutionary development is one not of... what we don't find is the creatures in the living world doing the equivalent of polluting rivers, you know, or razing down their forests and that kind of thing. And that, I think, is the challenge for us. But recognizing, of course, that human beings, we're serpents and doves. You know, we are competitive, but we're also cooperative. We have all these things inside us. But I think at these moments of history, we need to be thinking about the connections between us and future generations, and working with our cooperative natures, something that human beings are really good. I mean, we're more cooperative than almost any mammal except the naked mole rat or something like that, I heard someone once told me. So I think we can work with that.
Thanks, Roman. And I might ask one of our experts to respond to Jean's question as well. Jenny, thank you very much for that.
Thank you for the excellent question. So if we think about it in terms of the whole Earth as an organism, a superorganism, so that would be kind of like the Gaia theory. And if you think that the Earth is made up of the biosphere, all living things, and the biosphere it can change climate. So half of the water in the atmosphere comes out of the leaves of tropical forests every year. So the power of the whole biosphere is actually changing our climate, it's changing our atmosphere. And how the biosphere interacts with climate and it interacts with rock. So we've had what's called a Goldilocks planet for all of Earth history. It's never been too hot, it's never been too cold, and this is controlled by life. So we think, oh, rocks are important and atmosphere is important and climate is important, but really the reason Earth has stayed within these livable climates is because of the biosphere. So probably not a great explanation, but I'll think about it more over the next few hours.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Jenny. No, I think the vision of the interconnectedness responds to it in that regard. Okay, so thank you. Any more questions from the floor? Yes, table 14 and 12 as well. Sorry, so whoever has the microphone first. 14, Connor, thank you.
Thank you. My name is Liam. Would Ronan please comment on the contribution that good planning can make to our attempts to solve all these huge problems? Because to say that current planning comes up with some most peculiar decisions is putting it mildly.
Thank you, Liam.
I didn't quite hear all of that question. Can you just...
The contribution that good planning can make.
Oh, good planning.
Yes, and what sort, and the harm that bad planning, poor planning, and planning done without appropriate consultation with the community, the issue of planning in general.
Yeah. Well, I mean, clearly, I think that whole idea of cathedral thinking speaks to that, or the importance of, our governments planning for the risks facing society. We saw that very much with COVID, of course. We saw some countries that had, pandemic response plans in place, like Taiwan, dealt very effectively, with the early stages of COVID. Those countries which didn't have those long-term plans in place didn't deal very effectively. And I think it's the same in many of these, ecological areas as well. And there needs to be more of that kind of long-term cathedral thinking. And we know, human beings have this great capacity to do this. I sometimes think we've got like a marshmallow brain and an acorn brain. The marshmallow brain is the part of our brain which is all about short-term rewards. We want to click the buy now button. We want to eat the snack. But we also have this acorn brain. You mentioned that planting the acorn and the growing of the oak tree. I think that's the part we need to draw on, particularly when it comes to planning. And I know there have been questions about, well, how much, over the last 30 years in this country, how much response has there been from government to knowledge about biodiversity loss, and what kind of planning is going to be required in the future to, action today, but action for future generations to deal with those challenges.
Thanks, Roman. Thanks for that question, Liam, as well. And we'll take one more question from table 12.
Hi, my name's Joe. Thanks for the presentation. It was very good. I suppose my question is more of a philosophical nature, considering your background. So when I was listening to you, I was thinking of Slavoj Žižek's interpretation of Hegel's dialectical materialism, and I was just thinking in the society, there is much manufactured consent as has been written in the past. So I suppose, how would we put apart a theoretical framework before we engage in the practice itself?
Great question. Manufactured consent, Hegel, Zizek, the philosophical big hitters. I think in terms of conceptual framework, maybe I think about these things too simply, but my conceptual framework is my daughter. And let me tell you what I mean by that. So, that exercise that I got you to do? When I first did that myself, I was imagining my daughter, who was then 10 when I did it. I was imagining her at the age of 90. And the realization I had was that my daughter at age 90 is not going to be sort of alone in the world. She's going to be part of a web of human relationships and part of the web of the living world. The air she breathes, the water she drinks. And suddenly when I did it, I realized that if I care about her life, I need to care about all life. Right? It was a sort of a jump, in a philosophical sense, from the individual to the universal. And in terms of a philosophical framework, as it were, that's how I look at it in terms of the things that I care about in my life, actually, like my daughter's and my kids' welfare, is actually something that connects us all. That world we want to create is one that they will all inherit. So if we do something for the people we love and the places we love, that will help the generations to come. And philosophically, I think, for me, that also comes from a place of, the idea of the golden rule, do unto others as you'd have them do unto you. We can also stretch that through time. Do unto future generations how you'd wish past generations to have done to you. And it's very different from, Hegel and Zizek and Marx and all that kind of stuff, but it comes from a different tradition. But that's how I think about it. Thank you.
Thanks, Roman. And thank you, Joe, for making me realise there's a whole other section of things that I could learn about in order to benefit the work of the group. That concludes our introduction section, and I think we have plenty of food for thought now to keep us going, which is great. We're going to move now into our next section, which is biodiversity and biodiversity decline. And if I can open my laptop, apologies. Yeah, we're only live to anyone who looks in. So this session, we're going to look at some of the concepts that were introduced in May by Robert Watson and other speakers that first day we were together in Dublin Castle. And so Professor Tasman Crowe, who is Director of the Earth Institute at UCD and Chair of the National Biodiversity Forum, he gave a brilliant introduction to our marine biodiversity, and today he's going to outline the fundamentals of ecology with a presentation that's co-written by Professor Jenny McElwain and Dr. James Moran as well. So this is like an Ecology 101 lesson. So it's going to show us what exactly supports our biodiversity and what threatens biodiversity. And they're the basic tenets that we need to take with us as we progress through the meetings. We wanted to start here because we figured that if we start looking at all the threats and all the challenges, etc., without really going back to the fundamental at the very beginning, we mightn't be able to connect all the jigsaw pieces. So please welcome Taz to give us our brief Ecology 101. Thanks, Taz.
Thanks very much, Edith. Thanks very much indeed, and absolutely, it's a co-authored presentation with Jenny and James, and hopefully it follows on nicely from that wonderful introduction that sort of set us thinking in very different ways about what we're doing here, I think. So in the initial sessions, we established that biodiversity is essentially the mixture of species and habitats and their kind of relative abundances in relation to each other. And we established also that the loss of biodiversity is partly about the gradual and localized decline of many habitats and species, which is happening all around the world, including in Ireland. But it's also about those that are at particular risk of extinction because they're under persistent pressure and their numbers are becoming very, very low. And there are a number of lists of such habitats and species. For example, as part of European directives, but also at an international level through initiatives like the IUCN Red Lists. And they use all the available evidence to categorize species into different levels of kind of endangerment, and the worst of those categories is critically endangered when there's just a few individuals left, either in the wild or in captivity. And we tend to think, when we talk about endangered species, about the kind of high-profile international species like panda bears and big cats, but there are many species on IUCN Red Lists in Ireland as well. And some of those species are actually unique to Ireland, some species and subspecies, I should say. So, for example, there are 20 species of plant that we only find in Ireland, and we have our own subspecies of hare, although its status as a subspecies is debated. And these kinds of species are of particular concern because if they're lost here, then they're lost everywhere. So to understand how habitats and species become endangered, and indeed how best we can prevent them from going extinct, we need to understand a few important principles in ecology. So we want to kind of scratch below the surface a little bit of the biodiversity and the ecosystems that we've been talking about. And so ecology is the study of the distribution and abundance of species and indeed habitats, and how they interact with each other and with their environment. And we also need to get a better handle on some of those threats that we've been talking about that are causing their ranges and abundances to become reduced. And that's what this talk is going to be about. And so to explain those principles, this Ecology 101, we're going to focus on a single species as a primary example, the natterjack toad. And in fact, although this species is rare in Ireland and its conservation status is bad, I should point out that it does occur in other parts of Europe, so it's not one of the endemic species that I mentioned before. Still, our primary concern in this space, I guess, is to do with the population of the species, right? So that's one kind of level of organization in ecology. And we're observing, what we're observing is a reduction in the total population size in a given area, be it a locality or a nation or a region of nations, or indeed the whole world. And that population may dip below what's called a minimum viable population, when there are just too few individuals or they're too widely dispersed to sustain the population going forward. And that's what we're trying to understand. How do we get to that point, and how do we stop that from happening? So, and on the face of it, this is essentially an imbalance between the number of births into the population and the number of deaths out of the population, although migration and movement also play an important part, between subpopulations especially. And the answer, and so we want to understand what's causing that imbalance to occur. And the answer lies both inside the organisms themselves and through factors external to it in terms of its biological, chemical, and physical environment. So first we need to understand what's going on inside the organisms. So we need to understand how their bodies are working to enable them to live in the environment and to set limits to where they can occur in terms of taking in oxygen, tolerating variation in temperature and moisture and salinity, to digest food, to use nutrients, and to deal with infections and diseases and toxins and so on. And different individuals actually vary considerably in their tolerances and their inner workings, and indeed their genetic makeup. And that's another layer of biodiversity that we haven't really talked about yet, but which is also very important in giving species the adaptability to persist in a changing environment. So that's also an important feature of biodiversity. We might also consider what each individual as a whole does, such as their behaviors, which influence how they engage with each other and with the environment, and how they reproduce. Organisms have life history strategies, which means that they often have different requirements for different aspects and stages of their lives. So our toads, for example, may need wetland areas to forage on for particular kinds of food. They may need shallow ponds to breed in, and rocks and logs to seek refuge under. And their eggs and tadpoles may need particular depth and quality of water to thrive in. And so if we're concerned with conserving the species, we need to protect each of its life history stages and make provision for all aspects of their life. Of course, populations of one species don't exist in isolation, and this was alluded to earlier on. They interact with other species as part of a community. So different species may provide food or habitat, or they may compete with them or prey on them, and they can have significant effects on the populations. So toads, for example, are preyed upon by birds like this heron and mammals like foxes, and their tadpoles are preyed upon by fish and some pretty scary invertebrates as well, like this dragonfly larva that's consuming a tadpole there. The communities live as part of an ecosystem, which is the combined biological and non-biological components of the environment. And the ecosystems essentially kind of capture energy, usually through photosynthesis by plants, so the process of capturing sunlight energy, and that energy then moves through the system essentially as sugars and fats and starches, as organisms consume each other, and they are also using and consuming other materials in their day-to-day activities. And that's the kind of those are the processes by which the system is productive, through which it recycles water and nutrients and wastes and so on. And we also depend on these kinds of processes for our life support. And when ecosystems are damaged, for example, through the reductions or loss of particular species or habitats, then that also makes them less efficient and less able to sustain themselves or to support us. And it's worth mentioning that some species play particularly important roles in particular habitats and ecosystems. For example, especially the kinds of species that provide habitat, like trees we've mentioned and seaweeds and so on. And these are often called keystone or foundation species. Each ecosystem sort of defined ecosystem, a sort of pond or a woodland or a field, lives in a mosaic in a wider landscape as part of a wider landscape, and they can interact with other ecosystems in that landscape. So this is another level at which we need to think about the natural world. So for example, a pond or a wetland ecosystem like that one may be next to a woodland, and it may process some of the leaves and twigs that fall out of that woodland. It may have insect larvae living in it, like that dragonfly larva, which may hatch into adults that could then live in the woodland and be preyed upon by birds in that woodland. So what this means is that things that we do to one ecosystem will also influence what happens in other ecosystems as part of that mosaic. And all of this takes place in the context of the global biosphere, which Jenny talked about in response to one of the questions. So where high-level changes in things like atmospheric composition, ocean circulation, and climate strongly influence what goes on in different parts of the world and are influenced by the living world as well, as Jenny said. So our toads, for example, may have a defined range of kind of countries and regions that they are able to exist in, and that's set by the patterns of rainfall and temperature on the planet's surface, and also by the habitat requirements and tolerances of the toads themselves. And of course, these ranges are now changing as our planet is changing. All right? So species are being moved from the areas where they currently exist because the surface of the planet is changing. And that can have very important consequences. So in summary, each species lives within a complex environment, and its populations are influenced by a wide range of both internal and external factors. Okay? And with this knowledge, it's perhaps easier to make sense of why the big 5 threats to global biodiversity that were outlined before are having their effects, and what we might do about it. So just to kind of recap, the big 5 threats that we've talked about already are, as identified by by a number of international bodies, particularly the Intergovernmental Panel on the Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, would identify habitat loss, overexploitation, pollution, invasive species, and climate change as the biggest influences, negative influences on biodiversity at the moment. So just to go through them, habitat loss is being driven by our ever-increasing need for food, raw materials, and infrastructure, so that we're converting natural habitats into agricultural land, cultivated forests, houses, roads, runways, railways, factories, seawalls, and so on. And this constitutes an incremental erosion of the natural environment. You know, and often each individual loss may seem quite small, but of course they're all accumulating as we go forward. And we tend to think of this on a global scale. We hear statistics about the loss of rainforests, for example, and last year, for instance, we lost 11 million hectares of rainforest globally, which is about the size of a football field every 4 seconds. But this is also happening here and in Europe. The habitat is being incrementally replaced by the expansion of our footprint. And of course, when you bring that back to think about our toads, this means that some of the wetland areas that it needs to live and feed and breed in are being replaced by golf courses and housing estates and so on, which means that there's less environment for it to live in, which inevitably means that the population will shrink under that kind of pressure. And in fact, it's not just the outright loss of the habitat that causes difficulties. It's also its fragmentation into smaller chunks, which you can see in these kind of 2 diagrams, 2 images on the right-hand side there. So if the habitat chunks become too small, or the gaps between them become too big, species are not able to kind of move between patches, and they're not able to sustain populations properly. Overexploitation refers to the harvesting of wild species, and the classic example that's most relevant to Ireland is fisheries. And indeed, there are sustainable fisheries, particularly small-scale artisanal coastal fisheries, but many large-scale fisheries on an industrial scale are overexploited, and strict management is needed to conserve them. Atlantic cod, for example, are actually listed in the IUCN Red List as an endangered species. So these species are being driven towards extinction if that process is not managed. And this is due to the direct removal of individuals from the population. Okay, so this is happening at the population level. Many more fish are being taken out of the system than are being kind of born back into it. It's fundamentally what's going on. It's also worth bearing in mind that fisheries also can cause habitat loss and damage, both on the seabed and in terms of bycatch taken in the nets themselves. And as such, it's important to think of fisheries in the context of the ecosystems they're embedded in. And this is part of the thinking around how to best manage fisheries. So on to pollution. This is contamination of the environment, both with physical debris, like litter, including plastics, and indeed the kind of dust that falls off your tires on the road, but also with an excess of chemicals. And many polluting chemicals are directly toxic to animals. So they might just kill our toads or the things that they feed upon when they find their way into the waterways. Pesticides are classic examples of this, and often affect species that they were not intended to affect. And these kinds of toxins work by disrupting the inner workings of organisms. So they may kill them outright, or just gradually prevent them from getting enough oxygen or nutrition, or interfere with their behavior, their feeding patterns, which means that their condition is lowered and they're less able to cope with other pressures that may come to bear on them. And so the population then is gradually undermined. Some toxins actually interfere directly with the reproductive system and can lead to the organisms to sterility. So again, with a very marked effect on populations. Another form of pollution that's causing widespread damage to ecosystems is nutrient pollution, which is an excess of some of the key nutrients that everything does need to grow. When we're artificially enhancing the quantities in the system of things like nitrogen and phosphorus, this can cause rapid growth of plants and microalgae, which can kind of clog the system up, like the slide there. So obviously you can see that that's not a great place for toads anymore. And things get worse when those plants and microalgae die and sink to the bottom and they decompose. And that process of decomposition sucks oxygen out of the system. The decomposing microbes use oxygen in their metabolism. And so that makes the system inhospitable to animals like fish and invertebrates, and indeed toads and their eggs and tadpoles. And this process is called eutrophication, and it's happening at the ecosystem level. The whole system is being affected by it. And sewage runoff and runoff from agricultural land are the two biggest sources of nutrients into the environment, and this is very well recognized, and there are a number of EU directives in place to try to reduce those inputs and clean up our aquatic ecosystems. So this idyllic scene on Achill Island looks like a classic Irish landscape, but in fact nearly all the vegetation that you can see in that picture is not native to Ireland. Right, so it's made up of species that are replacing our native species and altering communities and ecosystem processes. Japanese knotweed is particularly infamous as it's extremely hard to control and can do serious damage to roads and buildings, in fact, as well as to the natural environment, to the natural system. And the marine environment also has some nasty new additions from overseas, such as this sea squirt called Didymnum, which carpets hard surfaces, smothers other living things, and actually protects itself by secreting acid on its surface. Climate in Ireland has warmed by 0.9 degrees C since 1900, in line with the global increase of about a degree centigrade. And there are many mechanisms by which this warming then is changing the system and having impacts on biodiversity. In terms of increasing temperatures, changes in seasonality, changes in rainfall patterns and extreme events, and all of these can place pressure on the functioning of systems, of ecosystems. For example, over this period, scientists have observed changes in the timing of life cycle events in birds, insects, amphibians, and plants. And changes in those events which are not synchronized among species lead to mismatches in the food availability and the demand for that food. So for example, birds like blue tits, time their breeding to make sure that there's the maximum they've evolved to time their breeding to make sure there's the maximum availability of insect food for their young, which they need to feed. But now the insects are kind of most abundant at different times from when they were. So you're getting this kind of mismatch, making it more difficult for birds to raise their offspring. And there's a range of possible future climates predicted under different emissions pathways, and you know very much about this story, I'm sure. And you will have become aware of the kinds of things that will happen if temperature increases by 2 degrees or even 1.5 degrees. And a future changing climate will have its effects in Ireland as well. So, for example, our coastlines would be impacted, are being impacted indirectly through sea level rise and coastal erosion, which means a loss of those coastal habitats. Many of our most unique and important habitats require a high level of rainfall, for example, peatlands, and future climate scenarios for Ireland predict drier summers, which will also have the effect of making an increase in fire risk, which we've been seeing all across Europe, especially this summer. And these changes can also make our systems more susceptible to the other threats. So we're seeing that invasive species from warmer regions are being able to become established more easily and live in northern cooler regions because of the influence of climate change. So it lays us more open to those kind of invaders. So a pretty bleak picture, I guess, those last few points. And we are working hard to understand the range of those threats and how they interact with each other, because they don't work in isolation, and how they influence ecosystems through those levels of organization that I described within organisms, at the organism individuals themselves, at population, community, and ecosystem level. And that research can help us understand which species, habitats, and ecosystems are most sensitive to particular threats and pressures, and how able they are to recover after they've been impacted, which is their resilience, all right, that capacity to recover and persist. And so underwater mearl beds like this one on the sort of left-hand side there, which are kind of like coral reefs, but they're actually made of a hard kind of seaweed, which we have in Ireland, are very fragile, very sensitive, particularly to physical disturbance, okay? And they also take a very long time to recover when they're severely damaged. Whereas other systems can recover quite quickly after being damaged, as long as the damage is not too severe and is not inflicted too frequently, all right? So the regimes of damage are important as well. Over the years, ecological research combined with other forms of knowledge, so I'm not kind of holding up the science as the only way that we come to understand these processes. There's a lot of indigenous knowledge that helps us to get to grips with what's going on. And this combination of approaches has yielded important insights into how systems respond to disturbances. So, for example, we know that some degree of disturbance can actually help to promote biodiversity. So on this rocky shore, you can see different patches of different kinds of habitat, different colors on the shore. Each one of those has a different mixture of species in it, and those patches are maintained by natural processes, physical disturbance, quite often associated with the kind of normal storms that we would expect in the scheme of things. Low levels of grazing as well can also promote biodiversity. So this small herd of Highland cattle was actually introduced on purpose into a very large urban green space in Copenhagen with a view that they would help to create a more complex environment with areas of longer grass and areas of shorter grass, which enables other plants to thrive and get to the light and get to the nutrients, which otherwise would become dominated just by long grasses. So all in all, ecosystems can be likened to complex machines, with each species playing important roles in making it all work. And in a famous analogy, the species have been likened to the rivets holding an airplane together. There is some redundancy. You can afford to lose some species in a given area and the airplane will keep flying. But if you lose too many species or you lose critical species, critical keystone species, and lose irreplaceable functions, then the airplane will crash. the evidence makes it clear that that is the trajectory that we're on. All right, so it's not called a biodiversity emergency for nothing. And obviously that's not what we want, and it's really urgent that we take the steps now to prevent that from happening. But rather than leave it on such a bleak note, we'd just like to emphasize that as well as helping us understand what's causing biodiversity loss and what the consequences might be, ecologists and other researchers and wider society can also help to inform solutions. All right? So the development of the All-Ireland Pollinator Plan, for example, was led by ecologists and is full of practical, evidence-based advice on how to manage ecosystems for wildlife. And ecological knowledge also underpins Ireland's successful programme of peatland restoration and will inform the expansion of Ireland's network of marine protected areas, for example, and there are many other examples which we're going to hear something about, I'm sure. So, as such, although our ecosystems and our effects on them are extremely complicated, and we have much, much more to learn, we do already have sufficient understanding to be able to take some important steps towards reducing the impact of the Big Five and indeed reversing some of the damage that they're doing. And sometimes it's the political will or the design, implementation or uptake of policy which is really the limiting step for taking impactful action. And that's a whole nother story, and one involving many more forms of knowledge and dialogue, and one that is also going to be very important for your deliberations and recommendations, and you'll be hearing much more about that as the talks progress. So thanks very much indeed.
Thank you sincerely, Taz. It's great to have those images to remind us, and I think that crashed airplane's actually the one that's going to stick with me as a useful analogy to keep in mind. So to continue on our section on biodiversity and biodiversity decline, we've asked Laura Burke, who's Director General of the Environmental Protection Agency, and she's also a member of the Climate Change Advisory Council, to speak to us today, because as we've heard from Taz, climate change is clearly a key driver of biodiversity loss, and she's going to outline the existing climate change policies and actions in Ireland that are currently there and are part of the work that you will consider too. So please welcome Laura Burke.
Good morning, and delighted to be here, and thank you very much for asking me to talk about climate change, what's happening in Ireland. And hopefully I think what you'll see is a link between what Taz was speaking and then I said from maybe looking at things from the climate lens. And very briefly, first of all, about the Environmental Protection Agency, because I am aware that you'll have many other speakers, including speakers from the National Parks and Wildlife Service. So we're an independent public body, and our responsibilities are set out in legislation. So we are a state agency, as it were. We have a wide range of functions. They're mainly covered under the themes of regulation, knowledge, and working with others. And really for us, it's all about the science, the data, and the evidence. So a very scientific organisation. And what we would say is Ireland's natural environment not only has an intrinsic value in its own right, but it's also key to things like our health and well-being, to national competitiveness, to successful businesses. So it is like linked to everything that we do and everything that we are. And if you think about it, in Ireland, we often portray ourselves as a clean, green island. We sell that image, whether that be for our agriculture or for our tourism, and it really is about what is the evidence that shows whether that's correct or not. And what we've also seen over the last couple of years in the context of coronavirus is that people are much more conscious around their local environment. We were all staying within 2 kilometres and 5 kilometres and kind of getting much more connected back with our local environment and recognising the importance of a good quality local environment or a good quality environment to our health and well-being. So everything is connected, and you can't look at anything in isolation, would be very much the theme of what I'll be talking about. And first of all, climate change is recognised as the defining challenge of the century. And where Taz was talking about the International Committee on Biodiversity, I focus on the International Panel on Climate Change. And from their perspective, and it's a wide range of scientists from all across the world, the evidence is clear. Climate change is happening, and it is the human causes of it are clear. That debate is over. It has already altered, the other thing I should say is in many instances, maybe over the years, the debate has been, climate change, it's something that's going to happen into the future or a long way away. It won't really impact us. Whereas what we're seeing and through EPA research is that Ireland's climate is already changing, and Taz has alluded to that. We're seeing increases in average temperature, changes in precipitation patterns, ongoing sea level rise, and changes in the character of the weather extremes. And you only have to look at this summer when you look at the temperatures right across Europe, temperatures that had never been encountered before, and also look at the type of temperatures we had in Ireland. So we are seeing those changes are happening, and they're happening now. With regard to the link with biodiversity, again, looking at it from the climate lens and the IPCC, what they're saying is climate change has already altered marine, terrestrial and freshwater ecosystems all around the world and has caused species loss, increases in disease and mass mortality events of plants and animals. So that's looking at it directly from the climate lens. So whether that be bleached coral reefs, desertification or freshwater kills due to heat stress. And the most severe impacts are occurring in the most climate-sensitive species and ecosystems. And again, linking to what Taz was saying, these are characterised by traits that limit their ability to regenerate between events or to adapt. So it is around this bit of resilience of what species are able to adapt or not. Looking to Ireland, what we're seeing again is climate change is and will continue to have an impact on biodiversity in Ireland in several ways. We're seeing changes in the timing of life cycle events, changes in the geographical ranges of species, and increased degradation of habitats and changes in ecosystems processes. So what you're seeing here is coastal erosion, we're seeing invasive species, and the poor old daffodil, I think we could probably all relate to that. Daffodils coming out, thinking it's spring, and then whoop, we get snow again. But I should articulate, at the moment, the main pressures on Ireland's protected habitats are agriculture and other land uses, such as extraction of resources, minerals and peat, and forestry, urbanisation, recreation, and invasive species. So that's currently. However, Ireland's biodiversity climate change sectoral adaptation plan states that by the end of the century, climate change is likely to become the most significant driver of biodiversity loss. So at the and it's all interconnected, because habitat loss, for example, peat extraction, all of these things, they're impacting on biodiversity, but there's climate impacts there as well. But just as said, by the end of the century, climate change will be the key driver. And of course, climate change also leads to secondary impacts on biodiversity in Ireland through these interactions with other stressors. And Taz has talked about things like pollution, air quality, water quality, soil quality, etc. But getting on to what's happening around climate change in Ireland, and what this slide shows you is overall what Ireland's greenhouse gas emissions are. And what you'll see is it's kind of hovering around the 60 million, 70 million tonnes per annum. And it had been rising up to around 2005, 2006, you're seeing a peak. And then you say, great, you know, there's a nice reduction there over a period of time. That is directly linked to the recession. And the EPA at the time highlighted again and again that climate or greenhouse gas reductions that were directly related with recession weren't sustainable. And as soon as you saw the economy take off again, emissions went back up. You're seeing a dip again because of COVID, and we were all staying within our homes. Transport emissions really, really decreased at that time, and now they're coming back up again. So what we saw in 2021 was that greenhouse gas emissions rose by 4.7%. As the economy was taking off. And you can say, okay, well, that's going to happen. You know, during COVID, emissions really went way down. But actually in 2021, our emissions were higher than 2019. So we're meant to be going down, they're actually going up. That's, I suppose, the message. And then when you start looking into the future and emission projections, because the EPA has a role of looking backwards and seeing what's happened and also trying to predict what will happen into the future. And so what we're seeing is, with all of the planned policies and measures that are currently in place, so things like 1 million electric vehicles on the road, 80% renewables, we still will get down to emission reductions of around 28% rather than the national commitment of 51%. So, as I said, currently what we're seeing is the trends are going in the wrong direction. And even with the high level of ambition, the plans and policies aren't delivering on that ambition. So looking then to policy, and this unfortunately has these beautiful pictures. A lot of legislation, so kind of just bear with me a bit, because it's a complicated space. But I suppose what we're trying to show is that there's a lot of governance that is happening currently. So if you look back to 1997, the Kyoto Protocol was adopted. It entered into force, didn't enter into force until 2005, and it was for a period of 2008 to 2012. And this was really looking at getting developed countries, so countries like Ireland, Europe, America, to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Ireland met our Kyoto Protocol targets. It was 2008 to 2012. There would be some of us who'd say we were saved by a recession in the midst of that period to get reductions, to get those reductions. But anyway, we met our Kyoto Protocol commitments. And Ireland doesn't exist in many ways just by ourselves. We're part of the EU bubble. We were talking about bubbles earlier. So our commitments are part of an EU commitment. And then it's kind of divvied out between various countries. And it's looked at, well, it was the 28, looked at it from a 27-country perspective and seeing, well, what is the best way to get overall reductions at an EU level? And some countries take a bigger hit, some countries take a smaller hit. But what's the most, I suppose, effective way of doing it? So we met our Kyoto Protocol target. And there then was, I suppose, really a coming to fore of discussions on climate in Ireland. And in 2013, there was a national policy position on climate change and movement to a low-carbon economy. And that was committing to an 80% reduction in CO2 emissions, carbon dioxide emissions by 2050, and an approach to carbon neutrality for agriculture, recognising that agriculture was going to be a particularly difficult issue. So that was the first time we had a policy position. Move on to 2015, Ireland joined the Paris Agreement. We also had our first Climate Act in 2015, which started looking at national mitigation plans, national adaptation plans, so reduce emissions and adapt to the changing climate that I suppose both Taz and myself were already talking about, and the establishment of a climate change advisory committee, so a group of experts to advise government. On 2016 to 2018, then we had the Citizens' Assembly, and that's an interesting one in the context of your own discussions, because what that was looking at was how the state can make Ireland a leader in tackling climate change. And 3 recommendations from the Citizens' Assembly included specific biodiversity elements. So a ban on subsidies for peat extraction, rewards for land management practices that sequester carbon, and revise supports for land use diversification with the attention to support planting of forests and encouraging organic farming. You're starting to see these coming through in policies, but also, as I said, they're climate actions, but they also have a specific biodiversity aspect as well. So we then had the Joint Oireachtas Committee. We then, in 2019, the Dáil declared a climate and biodiversity crisis, and the first climate action plan was published. Since then, we've had a further evolution of thinking, and that's really moving from kind of the big national, what should we do at a national level, to looking at sectors. So what should transport do? What should agriculture do? What should energy do? And getting much more focused, because kind of if everybody's responsible, no one's responsible. So you need to kind of be actually putting everybody's feet to the fire and saying, what are you actually going to do, transport sector or agriculture sector? And then, so now we have annual climate action plans, and we also have, and you may have heard the debate during the summer about carbon budgets, and each sector being allocated a particular carbon budget. In the international arena then, we have the Paris Agreement, which you'll hear a lot of people talking about, and that really is around overall, at international level, and 196 countries have signed up to this, to holding the increase in global temperature to well below 2 degrees centigrade above pre-industrial levels, and pursuing efforts to limit the temperature increase to 1.5 degrees. So no more than 2, and really trying to keep it down to 1.5 degrees. Again, Ireland has signed up to this, but we participate as part of that EU overall commitment. And looking to the EU level, we're then looking at what was set out in EU policy was a 40% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions from 1990 levels, as well as commitments around renewables and energy efficiency. But more recently, the Commission is now committed to, and we all as countries have committed to, a 55% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. So what you're seeing is overall the ambition growing and growing as recognition of the issue, and I suppose the urgency of the issue is also growing. So 55% is the overall EU, but what the actual target for Ireland is not determined as of yet. But at a national level, we're saying, that's fine, EU commitment, but we're going to reduce by 51%. So in order to do that, and in order to meet both those national and international commitments, we have the Climate Action Plan, we have national adaptation frameworks, so how do we adapt, including the biodiversity adaptation. We have local authority climate action plans and biodiversity plans, and of course we have the National Biodiversity Action Plan. And then really moving on to what's happening. So that's the framework in which I was asked to talk about, and then also asked to talk about, well, what's happening? There is an intention action gap, or what we call it, the aspiration versus implementation. Ireland failed to meet our EU 2020 target. The 2019 Climate Action Plan finished with many delayed actions. Now, you could say part of that was due to COVID, but really we saw the warning signals before that. And many actions in the 2021 Climate Action Plan have been delayed. There have also been delays and shortfalls in reporting and organising bodies. So as it is, we will not deliver that 51% reduction that we've committed to at a national level. But coming back to the land use and biodiversity, land use is a biodiversity pressure, but we would also see that there are lots of co-benefits if you take action in the context of climate change between climate and the biodiversity. And one area that we will be talking about is around peat. Because as you will have heard, I've said at the beginning, in the context of peat extraction, this is a big issue around climate change because when you extract peat, you're releasing carbon. If you have protected peatlands, they store carbon. So restoration of our peatlands is really important, but that also has a co-benefit around biodiversity because there's many unique species around peatlands, so you have a win-win. You're protecting, you're restoring your peatlands. Many of them are unique to Ireland and you've unique species, but you're also storing carbon and having a much more appropriate way of generating heat and energy. But also, when you look at it, there are many other opportunities with regard to climate and biodiversity co-benefits. So whether that be energy, and instead moving away from, we no longer use peat, and that's actually, I would say, one of the successes of the Citizens' Assembly on climate, is that there is no more peat-fired power stations in operation. So you have cleaner energy, and the commitment in the Climate Action Plan to move to much more green energy will have benefits for biodiversity. On transport, the phase out of fossil fuels, no longer having things like diesel buses, has co-benefits there. On air quality, which also is a benefit on biodiversity. On agriculture, in residential areas, forestry, very much, and I think this will come out, it's the right forestry in the right place. So forestry can be a benefit for climate and for biodiversity, but it needs to be the right type of forestry in the right places. And then also, ultimately, proper management of water. So I think that's everything that I just wanted to cover with regard to climate policy and climate action in Ireland and where we're at, and hopefully give you that sense of there's a lot happening, but the delivery is still a challenge. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Laura. It's great to get that picture about what's happening in Ireland right now. So you now have time for discussion at your table to recap what you've heard and come up with questions to ask our experts in the Q&A session afterwards. So hope you can see you in 25 minutes. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thanks, everybody. We're going to have our questions now. And I'm looking forward to hearing from as many people in the room as possible with your questions. So, for this section, who would like to start the questions and answers for our panel? And you'll see that Taz and Karen have been joined by Jenny and James, who were co-authors of Taz's presentation as well. So, looking forward to the questions now. If you'd like to raise your hand, and Caroline and Connor will be around with the microphone. So we have a question at table 14. On this side, Caroline, thanks.
Hi, I'm Nicola. Can the experts speak on whether there are changes planned regarding biodiversity and sustainability policy within single species plantation in forestry? From where I'm from, in kind of northeastern Galway, there's a lot of bogland, and on that is pine or some sort of single species, completely not biodiverse. They're there for quick crop, don't provide any, you go into them, they're horrible places. And also, we're very interested to hear from forestry in terms of what happens to those areas after the trees have been cut down, because they seem really apocalyptic. You know, they're left just torn up. And, you know, what happens after that, or is there a purpose to that? So whether the speakers here can answer on that, or maybe another day of forestry can join us.
Thanks, Nicola. We will be addressing forestry specifically the next weekend, but would one of our panel like to take that?
Yeah,
James?
yeah.
Thank you.
So just on the forest strategies at the moment, they're being looked at by the Department of Agriculture, the Marine Pippa Hackett's sector at the moment. There's a new forestry strategy being built. A lot of debate around that in terms of the forestry model that we have now are essentially Sitka spruce dominated plantations. There's a certain amount that has changed since the 90s in terms of the incorporation of 15% biodiversity areas and 50% for diverse species mix. So we cannot, in the plantings that have happened in the last forestry cycle, for example, in the last 5 to 7 years, the requirements have already changed. I think we're going to see big changes in the next forestry programme, and there's also quite an amount being looked at by both the Forest Service themselves and Coillte in terms of looking at the possibilities of continuous cover forestry models in terms of moving away from this planting, 30-year rotation, clear fell, back planting again, which is a very sort of boom-bust cycle in terms of the ecology of the overall plantation itself, you know. So that is evolving at the moment. I think we're going to see a very different type of forestry strategy in the next number of years. But along with a lot of other land use, we're dealing with an awful lot of legacy issues, you know, in the past through to lack of understanding and an overriding emphasis on the economic model in terms of the need for wood to replace other carbon intensive in our building sector, for example. So it's quite a complex issue, but I think the forestry model, the area that you're living in probably at the moment, it's the trees that you're seeing now are the result of a forestry policy from 30 to 80 years ago, and even the things that are planted in the last 10 years we would hope would not give a resultant landscape that looks like what you're dealing with at the moment. But essentially we have to try and rehabilitate them areas as well as converging on a new forestry cycle.
Thanks, James. Thanks, Nicola. We have a spreadsheet of questions as well that are coming through from the facilitator notes, and I think Louise at table 1 had a question that is relevant. So, yeah, Louise.
Thank you. So our question was just, are there any consequences for the Irish government for not meeting the targets in their yearly climate action plans, like more than the environmental consequences, which are obvious?
I think that's for me.
Yeah, I think so too.
I can answer that one. And this, what I was trying to explain, because it all gets a bit complicated, there's EU targets that we are legally obliged to meet as part of, we've signed up to, and then there's national targets, similar but different. So on the EU target, for example, I was saying that we didn't meet our 2020 commitment. The consequence is you have to meet it. So if some people talk about fines, it's not a fine per se. you actually have to buy carbon credits from countries that overachieved. So there's a cost associated with it, and that's non-negotiable. You just meet it. And I suppose from our perspective, what that means is then there's money that ends up being spent buying credits from other countries that could have been invested in Ireland and getting reductions in a much more sustainable way. At a national level, you've got then the 51% reduction, which is now written into the Climate Act. And I suppose the consequences for not meeting, there's a carbon budget from 2021 to 2025 and then 25 to 2030. What we have, as an agency, our role is to report and say, how has Ireland Inc. done to meet it? Worse, what we've seen is there was a 4.7% increase in emissions rather than a reduction. And what we say then is, to hit your 21 to 25 target, you're going to need to, Ireland Inc. is going to need to reduce by 8.4% reduction every year. So you're making it much more difficult to do. And the issue, each minister then is accountable to the Oireachtas for their carbon budget and their sector. How it will play out, I just wouldn't want to predict in 2025. If you don't meet it, it's not like the EU and you have to kind of buy credits. But what the consequences are for the government, potentially somebody could take them to court and say you haven't met your own act. But that still is to be played out.
Thank you very much, Laura, for that, and thanks for that question, Louise. So, sorry, there's a hand up here on table 6. Caroline is coming to you. And just to say as well, that the questions that we have logged here and that we don't get to from the audience now, we will answer them tomorrow in the plenary session in the morning. So just to let you know, all questions will be answered. Sorry for interrupting.
Robert's mine, and this is sort of directly related to what we just asked there a minute ago. Regarding the targets, we want to know what's driving to accept targets that we obviously can't meet. We've seen the history shows we're not meeting any of these targets. Is it politics? Is it business? Why are we accepting targets that we obviously can't meet?
Okay, thanks, Robert.
Thank you.
Laura, are you okay?
I'd reframe that in that we know climate change is happening. We know from whether it's the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change or the experts that we need to reduce our emissions. So the question will be why aren't we taking the actions to meet the targets? At an EU level, that's why I kind of was talking about the EU bubble. It's actually looked at and saying, well, which countries, like how can each country meet your target? So some countries will take a bigger hit than others to average out, whether it's a 40% reduction or whatever it might be. So it's not that just willy-nilly at an EU level a target is set out, it is thought through. What we would see in the context of the 2030 target from an EU level, so it's kind of back to EU bubble versus national, that if all the plans and policies were implemented and delivered as anticipated, we would meet it. So therefore, it's a question of implementation. With regard to the national target, that came from a recommendation that there should be a 7% reduction per annum kind of globally. But I would focus on the EU one because that's the one, it's not accepting the target we can't hit. It's about implementing the actions and then we will meet it.
Thank you, Laura. Thank you very much for that. To be discussed. Kieran, on table 9.
In the area I live in, there's quite a few farms which are wonderfully untidy. Is that working? Yeah. Sorry. And as soon as someone dies, or as soon as they're sold, they're obliterated. They're bulldozed away, and you get Italian ryegrass. I think we should have some system of identifying and supporting those farms.
Thank you very much, Kieran. James, do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, I do a lot of work actually on them high nature value farmland systems. So these are identified, but the big issue we have at the moment in our prevailing economic and food system at the moment is that the nature, the carbon storage on them farms, the water quality on them farms isn't recognised in the economic system. So the farmers that take over them that need to make a viable income from that don't get paid for the other additional services. So what's been looked at is the creation of new forms of agri-environmental schemes to pay for these additional services, to give people the opportunity that there will be alternatives, rather than converting some of these areas that are existing in terms of high nature value, high carbon storage, very important for water quality, that they can potentially make an income from that, as well as from the food and fibre provision side of things as well. But the problem that you see at the moment is the main economic signals or business signals that the farmers taking over them farms are getting is that to make them economically viable is they convert it to maximise the food production from them areas.
Thanks, James. We have a question from table 4.
Hi, my name is David. We've seen a lot of examples of biodiversity habitats set in rural areas. I'm just wondering, is there any expert here, or will we be dealing with any expert who can give us guidance on urban biodiversity planning?
Thanks, David. I will throw that over to Taz.
Again, maybe something for one of the future sessions. I think this the next but one. We're looking at those kind of different places for biodiversity, and we will hopefully be able to source someone to answer that question. I think it's a very important and valuable point, actually, because not least because I think a significant, high proportion of the population experiences biodiversity in an urban setting. So it means a lot if we can enrich and enhance the biodiversity in the urban setting, just from the point of view of people's capacity to engage with it and see it day by day. So I think it's a really important point, and we will look to it, yeah.
And just to follow on that, David, we will be looking at urban landscapes specifically in the weekend after this weekend. But I just see here on the Google Sheet that Ian on table 3 had a question that matches that, and actually it might be good to address it now, Ian, if you don't mind. Caroline's going to come over with the microphone.
Hi. So it was just a question in relation to, obviously, habitat loss as being one of the big areas, and we're a growing population, and we need to kind of take over some habitats in order for housing, and we're obviously in a housing crisis at the same time, but how do we manage habitat loss as well as trying to build for a growing population?
Laura, thank
we
you.
could probably do maybe a bit of both. We need to be careful about spreading, one of the challenges we have, and I'll kind of come back to the climate change, is things like transport. We're a very dispersed population. So I know in the context of national development plans, housing plans, etc., is to look at the areas and can you concentrate where they're already in towns and villages or in cities and use kind of brownfield sites, etc., rather than this constant, spreading further and further out. So there is plans, and there have previously been plans to kind of focus those kind of increased development in cities and towns already there, so that you would then have your habitat protected. But it is always a balance. That is a balanced debate, but it's about proper planning, I would say, rather than just kind of the ad hoc approach, and looking at what does improper planning mean for climate change, because then you have people having to get into a car and to drive to places, as well as things like habitat loss as well. So it's really trying to take everything in the round. And one of, in decision making now much more is strategic environmental assessment. So looking overall at plans and policies, so whether that be a national development plan, etc., what is the environmental impact, and then local environmental impact assessments as well to help decision making.
And just to kind of complement that, and actually also in relation to the previous question, there is also scope to improve the value of the built environment for nature as well, and I think it's important to be kind of picking up those initiatives too. So, things like green roofs and green walls and so on are part of that process, and in fact, I've been working with a team on a project to try to enhance the surfaces of seawalls in, for example, Dublin Port or anywhere else, where you just put more complexity on the surface and it creates an environment that's more suitable for biodiversity. So there's a lot of possibilities to try to mitigate that kind of expansion as well.
Thanks. Jenny, would you like to respond to any of the questions but before we wrap for coffee?
Yeah, I will just
add to Taz there and echoing Laura that if you do incorporate biodiversity, good biodiversity planning in urban environments, there are co-benefits for human health. And a good example would be street trees and trees, expanding the number of trees in parks because these absorb atmospheric pollution. So you're increasing biodiversity and you're also increasing human well-being in those urban environments.
Thanks for that, Jenny. Thanks everyone for all those questions as well. As I said, anything that isn't answered, we'll put it into the plenary session for tomorrow. But I think you'll all enjoy 20 minutes now to stretch your legs, maybe get some fresh air, have a little chat and a breather before we jump back in again. So see you in 20 minutes. Welcome back. We're going to start our next session now. As you'll see, I'm a little bit of a stickler for time because we have squashed so much into the weekend. I want to make sure that we allow ourselves time to have our discussions and our Q&A after our presentations as well. So hope you enjoyed that 20-minute breather. To continue our biodiversity and biodiversity decline section, I'm delighted now that we have Dr. Liam Lysett, who's the director of the National Biodiversity Data Centre. I think one or two of you may have heard him on Countrywide this morning. He's going to outline for us the facts and figures from the data that we have, and maybe the data that we don't have but we need on biodiversity in Ireland. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Liam Lysett.
Listen, thank you very much. Thanks very much for the invitation. I'm obviously not that tall. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm delighted to be here. Can I just by way of comment, the question from David about urban and rural, a lot of what I have to say relates as much to the urban environment as it does to the rural environment. So biodiversity loss is not just a rural issue. So just to say that by way of introduction. And I myself, I was an inner city child, so I've seen biodiversity loss in Limerick City at first hand. So I just want to give, we talk a lot about biodiversity loss, and I suppose I just want to try to give you an impression of what biodiversity loss looks like. And Tim Carey said I have an hour and a half to go through what's the evidence that's there. So thank you for that, Tim. Okay, so in terms of anyone like me who's working in the profession, we call it on the science kind of policy interface. I suppose biodiversity really was given birth through the Convention on Biological Diversity in 1990s. And since then, almost all nations of the world have signed up to this convention. So that's really embedded, that's a lot of the context for a lot of work on biodiversity and biodiversity loss. So they have these 10-year kind of reporting, or strategies and reporting cycles, and it operates at a global level. And they come up with a strategy, and then it kind of cascades down, actions cascade down at the European, which is the regional level in Ireland, and then to the national, and then to the local. So this is what frames, I suppose, a lot of actions and a lot of the context for the detailed changes that are happening in Ireland. And as I say, this is a strategic plan for the 10-year period from 2011 to 2020 that the convention, the global convention, produced. And to try to, they set out a whole series of actions that they wanted to take, they think that would address biodiversity loss globally, regionally, and local. And to do that, they set out with specific targets to be able to track the success or not of that policy in delivering on these targets. And they refer to these as the Aichi targets because that is some part in Japan where these targets were agreed. As part of that, after the 10-year cycle, they have these 20 targets where they tracked quantitative measures to see how successful we are in addressing biodiversity loss, looking at all the different angles that need to be addressed if we were to tackle biodiversity loss. You're deliberately not to be able to look and read at that, but just to show that there was specific targets to measure success with each individual element of the policy that was needed if it was success. So there was these 20 Aichi targets, and at the end of the 10-year period, they did a big review, the Global Biodiversity Outlook, to see how they fared in terms of success or not in delivering on the strategy to address biodiversity loss. And one of the conclusions was that humanity stands at a crossroad with regard to the legacy it leaves to future generations. Biodiversity is declining at an unprecedented rate, and the pressures driving this decline are intensifying. What's really important to read is that none of the Aichi biodiversity targets were fully met, and that's diplomatic speak to say none of them were met, or even nearly met. So that impacts then on sustainable development goals. So these are very serious people operating at the global level, and their conclusion is that we're not nearly doing enough, and biodiversity loss is still real and it's still happening. So that's some of the context, I suppose, for what's to happen or what we're reporting on in Ireland. So I want to bring it back down to Ireland in terms of what's happening, some of the evidence that we have there about biodiversity and biodiversity loss. And just by way of an example, I want to just give you some suggestion of, or some introduction to that. There's the piece of legislation which is most important, I suppose, really for biodiversity loss, is the Habitats Directive, which identifies a series of habitats and species that are protected under law of European importance. And they're reported on every 6 years, I think, or 7 years in terms of how they're faring. And if you look at the state of the protected habitats, these are the habitats that are afforded strict protection in Ireland. It shows that the trend is still deteriorating. Even for some of the habitats that are poor, they're getting poorer. I think on average 85% of the habitats that are afforded strict protection were still in unfavourable conservation status, and there's no really strong evidence to show that there's any significant change to things improving. And these are for the suite of habitats that are afforded the strictest protection in Ireland. And if we look at I've transferred, this is the habitat. So there's a suite of species and habitats, and it's the same trend that's happening basically, even those that are afforded strict protection. The conservation status is not getting any better. And I just want to kind of highlight the comment from Josepha Madigan, who was the minister at the time. I'm deeply concerned by the ongoing biodiversity losses being reported at a national and global level. The living fabric on which we all depend is being eroded. It is time for us all to step up to enable the transformative change required to reverse these trends. So that's a member of the government is saying this, so it's actually serious, and it's something that has to be addressed still. So what evidence do we have for tracking change in biodiversity? There's probably two main ways we look at it. We look at tracking change on how the range of species in Ireland is changing, whether they're expanding or contracting. And the other aspect is we look at the populations of species to see whether the population is growing or contracting. And I want to show you some of the evidence that's there under both of these strands. This is just a map showing you the distribution of a butterfly. It's associated with kind of marginal agricultural land and coastal areas. It's the wall brown. On the left, it shows you the distribution of the species prior to 2015, and on the right is its distribution more recently. I'm just putting this up for illustrative purposes, is that conventionally when we're looking at presenting species ranges, what we do is we present it, there's 1,000, give or take 1,000 10-kilometre squares covering the island of Ireland, and we tend to plot observations on that scale, on the grid 10-kilometre squares, and it gives us an idea of kind of presenting the range contraction or not. And this is another example of the types of distribution. This is for a species, the great yellow bumblebee, that was actually always quite specialised and localised, but there was many specialised habitats throughout Ireland where it occurred. But since 2010, it's almost confined just to Belmullet Peninsula and one or two other sites. So this is the kind of evidence, by tracking the range of species and how they're changing, we can tell what's happening in there. So National Parks and Wildlife have done this assessment for each taxonomic group, and there's about 12 of them. And it's called a conservation assessment or red list. And what it does, it looks at the evidence for each of the species within a taxonomic groups, and based on internationally recognized criteria, it identifies what's the risk of a species becoming extinct over a specific time period. So this is a summary, basically, of the findings of these conservation assessments. And I just want to explain, so each horizontal bar represents 100% of the species for that taxonomic group. So if you look for the bees, the bottom line, there's 99 different species. And the colour codes then are the proportion of those species in that taxonomic group that fall into the different categories of threat of extinction. So the summary really of this shows you that about 1/4 to 1/3 of all the species that have been assessed so far are threatened with extinction. And for things like bees that are providing us with pollination services, 1 in every 3 species that occurs in Ireland is threatened with extinction. It's worth actually just thinking about that for a minute. Threatened with extinction. we're unable to provide living environment. We can't coexist with these species to the extent that we can't even allow them to survive in the environment we've created. And our legacy to the next generation is that we're presenting them with a much less diverse landscape, and some of the species are going to become extinct because of our actions in Ireland. I think it's a really sad legacy that we're faced with. So about a quarter to 1/3 of all the species that have been assessed so far are threatened with extinction. The other way then to look at what's happening is to look at the populations of species. So we do some regular monitoring programs where we do a lot of work with citizen scientists. We ask them to go do a systematic survey on a regular basis to a systematic method. And we collate the information. Birdwatch Ireland run the Countryside Bird Survey, which tracks the population in birds. And it allows us to actually identify whether populations are increasing or decreasing. And this is one of the examples of the data that we find. The Countryside Bird Survey uses the range data and the population data to show how populations are faring. And this one, the grey wagtail, which is a kind of a bird of urban riparian habitats, it's declined by 67% over the last 18 years. This is the population. And another example is the stock dove that looks like a kind of a wood pigeon gone wrong. That's declined, I think, by over 55% in terms of its population over an 18-year period. They're really, really dramatic declines in what were once kind of widespread and common species. And it also equates for insects. This is results of the Irish Butterfly Monitoring Scheme, and it gives you the results that we can show for some fairly widespread species, declines of 48%, 43%, and 51%. The small little drab butterfly at the bottom is a species called the small heath, and it's very much associated with kind of what I call rough grassland, fields that aren't really overly managed, and it has declined by 51% over the last 15 years. Another kind of summation of how we're doing in terms of biodiversity loss is that Birdwatch Ireland have reviewed all the data on bird populations in the island of Ireland, and they've come up with what they've identified, or what they call as the birds of conservation concern in Ireland. And it's like a red list. And this is a list of the species that are included on this. Some of them were once fairly widespread familiar species, but it's very dramatic. And the conclusion from that report is that there's no doubt that having 54 of Ireland's regularly occurring bird species now on the red list is alarming, with some species having shown dramatic declines and losses on the island. So a quarter of all the birds are threatened with extinction, which is very sad. And look, this is what biodiversity loss looks like. We have species of all types, and these are kind of conspicuous species. Mentioned urban areas. I grew up where there was eels everywhere on the River Shannon, huge numbers of eels. They're now critically endangered. I think we've lost 95% of the population of eels in the last 20 years or so. So this kind of is what biodiversity loss looks like. I just want to make a few concluding remarks then to kind of contextualize this. I mean, I hope this convinces you that there's important people using evidence to show us that biodiversity loss is real, and there's no sign that it's slowing down despite all the policies that are in place. But of course, Ireland we've estimated that there's give or take, 32 to 35,000 species in Ireland. We still don't know the final number, but if you look at the number of species in each taxonomic group, you can see, for example, the vast majority there's a huge number of species in insects, and there's a lot of species in non-insect invertebrates and in fungi and lichens. The species that we're familiar with, things like birds, vascular plants, mammals, they comprise a really very small proportion of the biodiversity resources of Ireland. And although they're the ones that we have metrics on, they're the ones that are easy to see and people like recording, so we're really only monitoring the tip of the iceberg in terms of the biodiversity resources within Ireland. And a lot of what we call ecosystem services, a lot of the things like pollination, Very fertile soil is created by microbes and insects and the like. All of these kind of benefits that nature is giving to us, we call these ecosystem services. They are the important ones. We actually have very poor ways of tracking how these systems are working. And we know that the diversity in these systems is being decreased, and we may well get to a tipping point where we're not going to be able to grow fresh vegetables or fresh fruit because we don't have enough pollinators, or the fertility of soil might decrease. So one area that we don't know much about yet is in terms of the functioning of ecosystem services. So that's a gap in our monitoring program. I should also stress that not all species are declining. We have plenty of examples of species that are also doing very well in Ireland. Some of them are new arrivals. I've just put up some examples to give you an idea of what's happening. The great spotted woodpecker, for example, is now fairly widespread in Ireland. The greater white-toothed shrew is a small little mammal, and that's expanding in range. The emperor dragonfly is expanding in range. The comma is a butterfly. And in terms of populations, blackcaps, for example, are going through the roof in terms of their populations, a huge population explosion, and peacock butterflies. So it's not all one-way traffic, but a lot of the increase is due to climate factors changing, and also species that come in here by humans, and they become invasive species. But the general picture is that biodiversity is becoming less diverse, and we're losing populations and species. I just thought, given that we're in Malahide, I couldn't go away without mentioning the herring gull. The herring gull has declined significantly in the last 30 years, but it's becoming, one of the changes that is happening is that its natural habitat has been disrupted so much is that it's actually moving into urban areas and using human structures and using human food to actually thrive. And although the population of herring gulls has decreased significantly in the last years, because of a change in behavior, they're becoming in conflict with people, and it's causing a kind of a nuisance value. And so there are behaviors that are changing as well. And the final comment I'd like to make, and it's in context of kind of efforts around nature conservation, is this concept of shifting baselines. My colleague said it very well, that the knock-on effects of shifting baselines are low ambitions in conservation goals. Often the goals is to maintain as is rather than restore. It's important to realize if you walk in the countryside now, you might see an odd bumblebee, you might see an odd butterfly, if you're lucky, you might see the Irish hare running around. This is not normal. This is a really, really what's the word I'm looking for? It's a really poor environment. The hedgerows, the roadsides, the fields should be alive with insect life, with sounds and lives. So we really have to, don't set our ambitions on what we have at the moment. We need to start thinking about how we want to get back to the biodiversity that was there 100 years ago. So thank you.
Thank you sincerely, Liam, for giving us all those facts and figures in such a visual way. And I'm feeling quite despondent, but I think we kind of need to go to that low place before we can consider the things that might need to be done to protect that. So thank you very much. The final talk in this session is how can the Assembly approach this large and complex topic of biodiversity loss? This is a problem that has engaged the EAG, myself and the Secretariat for the summer, as I said previously. And I'm delighted that a member of our expert advisory group, Dr. Micheál Ó Cinnéide, who is a former diplomat, former director of the EPA, former director of the Marine Institute, will outline the various approaches that could be taken to addressing biodiversity decline and the sectoral approach that we will hopefully take. So this is a fundamental part of the Assembly, and we very much need your feedback generated from the discussions that we'll have on this approach as well. So, Gurmagat Micheál.
Gurmagat Evian. And good afternoon, folks. So this is a nice, simple talk compared to some of the other talks, I hope. It's about a signpost or a mapping for the way we're going to do our work for the rest of the Assembly into the next coming weekends. So we're proposing a particular way of going about our work. So just to say, there are differing approaches to biodiversity, and you're hearing all of them, and you'll continue to hear all the different ones. But to put it in a very simple way, you could say there's three main approaches. One of them is a scientific approach. You could call it taxonomy or the family tree. And that approach is very well embedded in science. Carl Linnaeus was a doctor who was a professor in Uppsala University. And about 250 years ago, he came up with this system, which has become, I suppose, the foundation of a lot of the disciplines. And you can still visit his house and his garden. It's a fantastic place to go and visit. So all of the work that's been done in the last 250 years builds on this idea of taxonomy. And we heard a few minutes ago from Liam that we have 32,000 species in Ireland. And if you look it up, you'll see there's about 8 million species in the world, 5 million species of insects alone, and 2.5 million species of plants and animals. So as Evin said this morning, that's a bit complicated. And how do we eat this elephant? So there are other ways of thinking about biodiversity and biodiversity loss, but we're going to use each of these three different frameworks. The second framework, going back to the first session we had on the 14th of May, you'll remember Robert Watson gave a talk on video, and some of it was raised again today, which is the causes of biodiversity loss. And again, Taz Crowe talked about that earlier today, and one of the causes was climate change. And Laura talked about the links between climate change and biodiversity. So we're using that approach as well. So this idea of using the drivers of climate change or drivers of biodiversity loss. But the third approach, which in a way follows on from those, it's like building a house. So the foundation is the science in terms of taxonomy and species, and then the next layer then on top of that, looking at causes and so on, drivers. But we're now going to go on and we're proposing an approach just to organize our work, which is around what we call a sectoral approach or a landscape approach. And again, that's something that I think that once we explain it, hopefully you'll all find reasonably clear. So a sectoral approach, you would have heard a little bit of this from various other speakers already, includes the main sectors of land use in Ireland, how this country of ours is organised in terms of land. So agriculture and forestry is about more than 70% of all our land area, and obviously it's a major focus for both good practice in biodiversity and also biodiversity loss. It's not one or the other, both are happening in all of these sectors. Similarly, we will be looking at freshwater and at peatlands on another day, and both of those are scheduled to happen in the next weekend that we will have in early October. We go on then to the marine environment, which is 9 times larger than our land area. We have an enormous marine resource. You've seen some slides on that, and coastlands. And also, we had questions today from people, what about the urban landscape? We will be looking at that, urban and man-made landscapes together, and both of those will be in the weekend in early November. And then the fifth category, if you want to call it that, or sector, which is not completely separate from the others because it overlaps with them, is protected sites or the Natura 2000 network. Tomorrow morning, in a way, we're going to shift gear already. We're moving in to this more sectoral approach to some extent because Andy Bleasdale from the National Parks and Wildlife will be talking about protected sites, which is about 13% of the country. But actually, quite a lot of those are also agricultural land, so it's not one or the other. So what I'm saying, just to make it as simple as possible, is we're proposing to shift gear and now spend from tomorrow the rest of our time in the next couple of sessions looking at biodiversity through the lens of these different sectors. And how does that link with our terms of reference? It's not specifically spelt out in the terms of reference, but I would say it follows fairly closely from the terms of reference because we're asked to look at various different sectors. And it helps, I think, to put the work that you're doing, I suppose, into practical chunks of conversation. We will have advocates from each of those different sectors, from the farming sector, from forestry, people that are involved in the water sector, NGOs from each of these sectors, giving us an update what's happening in those sectors from a biodiversity point of view, the good news and the bad news, and what are the alternatives, how might we go about it. And the idea then out of that is that we and you together would be able to identify policy options. So again, as I said, it's not exclusive from the others. There will be other kinds of recommendations coming out for sure, but sectoral approach we think is a logical way to proceed. And finally, just in terms of recommendations, looking ahead a little bit, that will be, towards the end of the work of the Citizens' Assembly. But if you start thinking about it, there's terms of reference included in the pack today. And the first thing it says is opportunities to reverse biodiversity loss. So we're looking for opportunities to reverse biodiversity loss. And I think that when you think about that, one of the main kinds of recommendations we will have is practical, physical, tangible things that can be done on the ground, in local areas, in farms, in schools, around the country, in the cities. So this idea of taking a sectoral approach to recommendations makes sense in terms of thinking about it, but also helps to guide some of the recommendations. Not all the recommendations, because there's also another category of recommendations. Again, if you look at the terms of reference, it says policy coherence and synergies and greater public understanding. So we will be talking about governance. Mary Dobbs and Micheál O'Brien will be talking about that. There was a lot of talk, which was really helpful today, about the governance of climate change. And Laura, I think, did a great job explaining, what's going on in terms of policies there. So we will be discussing as well and making recommendations on how we might improve the governance, or we'll call it the policies on biodiversity. That's one kind of recommendation. But in addition to that, we would say that it makes sense to think about it in terms of recommendations on a sectoral basis. And already this morning, like we had Nicola from Galway from Table 14 saying, what about forestry? That's a sectoral question. And someone else was asking about farming and so on. So we think like that naturally. A lot of the submissions that are coming in to us, they span multiple sectors in some cases, but there is a fair amount of them that are taking a sectoral approach. So what I'm saying is, if you're okay with this, and we'll have a conversation about it now, we'd like that a good bit of our time would be spent and would be organised in that way between now and the end of the Assembly. So we look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Gurmila Mahagats Mihol, and you're under time, which is allowing us 3 more minutes for chat, which is great. So yes, to take those 2 presentations that we've had, we'll take half an hour now to discuss them. And just to remind you as well that all of the presentations will be on the website to look back over in case you want to have a look at any of the data or the stats and figures. If there's anything else that we can provide you with in the members section as well, or if there's additional information that you'd like on any specific thing, just let us know, okay? So we'll come back. For those of you who are online, we will be back with you in half an hour for the Q&A. If any table has a question now for our everybody, if I can ask you to consider your questions and the conversations that you've been having over the last half an hour. And I'm going to open the floor to questions. Great, we've got one from table 2. Deirdre, if you don't mind, thank you.
Hi, my name's Emma, and we were just discussing at our table, is a reversal of this even possible? That you've had all these policies and plans in place now, and it's not reversing, it's still progressing. So it's really our best hope here that we can slow it down.
Thanks, Emma. Suitably depressing thought.
It's good to get the good, easy questions out first, anyway. It's a very interesting question, and I have to say I agonise long and hard about, what we can do. I suppose what I'd say to you is that I think we have to have hope that we can reverse it. And there's a lot of bad news. There's absolutely no doubt about it. But we've been working. We had a conference 2 days ago where we hear from local community groups, and they're like, there's a lot of really positive work happening on the ground. There's a lot of engagement and there's a lot of success stories, but they're small. What we're missing, I think, is the cranking it up, getting a critical mass of action. And I think we need this enthusiasm at the local level to spread and get more actions done. But we do need an enabling environment, whether it's policy one or financial one, from the state to do it. But we have to be optimistic is how I'd answer that, I think.
Thanks, Liam. Okay, we have a hand up. I can't see. Is that table 9? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Just is the intention based upon the recommendation by the Assembly to introduce legislation to reverse rather than maintain the present level of biodiversity?
Okay, what was your name, sorry? Charles, thank you, Charles. So is the intention of the Assembly to introduce legislation to reverse rather than maintain? Micheál, would you like to speak? I can say something to that, and I can just say now, there's no intention of anything at the moment. This is really all a blank slate. You decide, Charles, what the recommendation will come from this, and it will be voted on. So all of those decisions are down to you. There's nothing that anybody has asked us to steer or guide or have an idea about. We have a blank slate apart from the terms of reference. So if you think this is a matter that legislation should maintain or legislation should reverse, or we don't refer to legislation at all, that will be decided by the members of the Assembly in this room later in November. But Micheál, yeah?
Thank you very much. First of all, just to say, if you look at the terms of reference, the very first word is we are asked to make recommendations, you folks are, on opportunities to reverse biodiversity loss. That's what it says. So it goes back to the question from Em a few minutes ago. Is it possible? Yes, in some places it is, if we put our mind to it. But I agree completely with what Evian said a minute ago. It's a matter for this Assembly to decide what kind of recommendations. But like the terms of reference certainly are open to that and are looking for that. So when I was saying earlier on about the sectoral approach, just to go back to that for a minute, there are two different kinds of recommendations that could be made, and hopefully both. It's not one or the other, it's both. Recommendations including reversal of biodiversity loss, but on opportunities on a sectoral basis, in other words, on a landscape basis or a land use basis by the big economic sectors that use land in Ireland. So industry and farming and forestry and peatlands and water and fishing and so on. That's one kind of recommendation, but also recommendations that are, we'll call them cross-cutting, or they're about governance, they're about education, they're about enforcement, they're about resources, they're about data. Hopefully we'll have both. But nothing is excluded, and specifically reversal of biodiversity loss is included and has to be.
Can I just, maybe just to finish off that question, Charles, because thank you, it's such an interesting one. As Evian said, there's a blank slate here, and like I always say to the members of every Citizens' Assembly, you know, the extent of your ambition should be eye-watering, you know. So if you feel there should be legislative change, well then so be it. You may even like to go as far as constitutional change. Maybe you want something in the Constitution to protect nature, to give rights to nature, etc., which might require a referendum of the Irish people. Again, that's up to yourself to choose. So everything from constitutional change to recommendations in relation to personal behaviour of individual citizens in this country, the full spectrum is there for your own delectation.
Now, thank you. There are 3 hands. So I think I saw 14 up first. Thank you.
How you doing? I'm Keith. Liam, first of all, compliments on your Biodiversity Data Centre website. It's very interactive, very useful. And anybody who's not on it, I'd recommend you go on it. One question I have is that you spoke about so much data coming from so many different sources. Is there one umbrella organisation where all that data can be brought together and taken, at the moment they're kind of written in expert form? Is there a way that they can be actually translated into public digestive form and brought into one place where everybody doesn't have to search through every link and website to try and find the information they're looking for?
Thank you, and thanks for those observations, comments. I suppose really the National Biodiversity Data Centre's ambition is to kind of to be a centre of excellence around the science behind and the evidence behind biodiversity and biodiversity loss. And definitely one of our jobs is to try to bring as many disparate data sources together, and that's our ambition. We've only been partially successful in that job, and there's far bigger players than us that have very valuable data. So all I could really say is that one of our ambitions is I think we're well placed to you know, our only remit really is data and science and evidence. We're a kind of a neutral organisation in that sense, and yeah, if we could play that role, we'd be certainly very happy to do that. But of course, we would need additional resources and funding and all those things that you'd put in the recommendations to government.
You can start noting those recommendations. Thank you for that, Keith. So we had a couple more hands. I know table 4 was one, table 7, table 11. Oh, there's tons of hands now. What I might actually propose is I might take 2 questions at a time, and it might help us get through. But again, whatever we don't get through today, we will come back to tomorrow. So I'll come to table 4.
Hi, I'm Nicole. This is a question for Micheál. I was just wondering how we're going to approach biodiversity that's going through the different sectors, you know, between, you know, for example, a butterfly that lays an egg on the coast but needs peatland to fly, and it needs forestry to overwinter. That's just a random, you know.
Thank you very much, Nicole. And I might answer that a little bit more broadly because a few of the tables asked similar kind of questions. And just to make it clear, maybe Carl, if you put up that slide again, that it's not one or the other, it's all of these approaches that we're recommending. And so, for example, then, yes, it would be and should be possible to make recommendations. Like, for example, if you think back on what Taz Crowe said this morning, that you need to think about the entire life cycle of whether it was the natterjack toad or whatever species or thing that you're interested in. So, therefore, if you think like that, you have to provide for, let's say, the conditions, the habitat to be there, and that could cross, as you said yourself, it could be something that both is in a town or in a countryside at different times. You know, there has to be food, there has to be nourishment, there has to be water, etc., for the species. So the sectoral approach, what we're talking about here, doesn't exclude at all. It's just one way of thinking about all this information that we're going to have and the discussions we're going to have over the next couple of weekends. It's a practical approach or a pragmatic approach, but it's on top of and in addition to the other approaches, not exclusive from them. So we would think that there will be, hopefully, 2 different kinds at least of recommendations. Some of them very much related to the sectors, because that's how most people think in Ireland about our country and about our landscape and about biodiversity, and that's how most people, you know, organise their lives in terms of people that are engaging with the environment. So that kind of recommendation is important, because policymakers also have to be able to work with these recommendations. The second kind of recommendation then is, we'll call them cross-cutting. It can be by species, or it certainly can be by activity, for example, around data. And just to make a very brief comment about data, and I would support very much Liam's ambition on this, but if you compare the kind of data that's publicly available on biodiversity in Ireland already, even with the very limited resources of the National Biodiversity Data Centre, I think it's fantastic, compared to, for example, the data on water quality. Like the EPA, where I worked and where Laura Burke is the Director General, has magnificent data on water quality, but it isn't necessarily in a user-friendly form. Most of it is difficult for community groups to engage with it. So I think that there's been great progress made on biodiversity data, but there's a long way more to go then to turn that data into assessments, into advice, into guidance, into what are we going to do about it. And that's the role that needs to be played.
Thank you, Micheál. I'll come to table 7 now. There was a hand up there. Tommy, is it? Yeah. Stephen, sorry.
Hello. My question is that there seem to be a bit, is there a disconnect from policymakers with say, like, there's no doubt that the loss of insects and stuff, for example, didn't happen overnight, that it's going on over a good few years. I come from West Cork, and speaking with farmers and things there, the message that I have got is that there's a lot of good work being done on the ground. Everything isn't bad. And during the summer, there seemed to have been a lot of bad information out there. Now, what I see happening is that, what I've been told is that farmers who leave areas wild and stuff in past years have been penalised, and things like the policy is to have every area for production. As well as that, there seem to be any funding or stuff that's to be given, the red tape and stuff with it, and that why aren't those things being changed to give to speed up the process, or is it that the whole system is going to wait until we make recommendations? The same thing I see there, we were talking about forestry earlier. I do running, and I train sometimes in the woods. I went into one wood in West Cork, and there was beehives and stuff there, and a sign saying, and I said, great, they're looking after the pollination and so on. Then I went to another wood, and there was a sign up, we've sprayed all here, don't pick any berries. So there seems to be total disconnect. So that needs to be changed. They're simple things. A lot of things can be done are simple, but they're not being done, or there's a delay in doing.
Thank you, Stephen. And I think this speaks to specifically one of the terms of reference, which they talk about policy coherence. And we'll specifically deal with it when we're talking about agriculture. And I think, James, you kind of mentioned it earlier on as well, that there's a change in what farmers will have to do. I'm not going to say anything because I don't know enough, but we will specifically be talking about agriculture and forestry next weekend, Stephen, and I think the policy coherence is a hugely important part. Is there anything you'd like to add, Micheál?
No, just to say that I think it's a very valid question. Is there a policy disconnect? And I think it's a great thing to debate, and we will be debating that when we're looking at the different sectors. And I think it'll become reasonably clear that, yes, there is a policy disconnect. And that's why we're talking about the need to make recommendations, as Evan said, about policy coherence. In other words, there's massive amount of effort being put in by the state and by lots of economic actors into industrial development, into roads, into all the different kinds of activity, obviously the development of the agri-sector and so on. But somewhere else then in the government is there someone trying to work on biodiversity. So we have to get those working more closely together. It's happening, but it's not happening enough. And again, we'll hear this afternoon from Micheál O'Brien and others, the same challenges there all across Europe.
Now, we're coming up to lunchtime, and there were 4 or 5 hands up, but I only have time for one more. So I'd like to hear somebody who hasn't answered or hasn't asked a question already. So I think table 8 had their hand up, so we'll go there. Thank you.
Hi, Cormac is my name. For each sector, will we hear from a range of actors, such as the community, the experts, and those with actual lived experience, and maybe hear some differing viewpoints from each of them?
Yes, is the short answer, Cormac. Absolutely. That is the intention, and that's the way we're going to try and, let's say, present information so that there is a balance from the point of view of people who are working in the sector, let's say, in an economic sense, the people who are contributing to agriculture or to fishing or whatever, forestry and peatlands, as well as then the experience of people who are working in the community sector or NGOs. So there will be a diversity of voices or advocates. We will be trying to provide as much baseline information as possible and then hearing from different perspectives. And that's how you'll see the shape of the programme over the next couple of weekends. Yeah.
Thank you, Micheál, and thanks for that question, Rory. On that, we're exactly 1:15. I think everyone is deserving of an hour off now after that very intensive morning. So thank you all sincerely for all those questions. We will keep answering them tomorrow. Thank you for all the discussions, and I think we're off to a wonderful start. So, Chu Gorgeachas live, and I think we can end our first session with a big round of applause for ourselves. Okay. Lunch is in the coast. I have to wait for a red light. Hold on one second. Aha, it's there. Now, I hope you all enjoyed your lovely lunch. I think I might have to make a request for lighter lunches because we all need you to be awake for the next section. So maybe we'll get to do some jumping jacks, Mary suggested, before her presentation to make sure that we're all focused. Because this session is really important. It's about Ireland's biodiversity obligations and governance. So in ways that Laura Burke from the EPA spoke to us about the climate change policies and obligations, we're now going to take a look at what's currently there for biodiversity. So it'll set the context for the management of Ireland's biodiversity. It's incredibly important, as I said, and I'm very glad that we have the two speakers who we have who will guide us through this kind of labyrinth of policies and laws. The small amount that I've seen, it seems to be very complex, and no wonder they've asked a Citizens' Assembly to try and find some sense and some coherence in it. So I'm very delighted to welcome Dr. Micheál O'Brien, who is a recently retired official from the European Commission, where he spent almost 30 years working on EU nature and biodiversity policy and legislation. He's going to speak on Ireland's EU and other international obligations, while also bringing his experience and his insight into the presentation. Now, and to remind us as well that he's not speaking on the behalf of the EU or its institutions. He's coming now in his personal capacity as a retiree who travelled all the way up from lovely Achill in County Mayo to be with us. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Micheál O'Brien.
Good evening. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be with you here today. I've got the exciting after dinner slot, so I hope you don't get indigestion from hearing me. But anyway, I've been asked to say a few words about the international context, the EU context for biodiversity conservation. So let's get into it. Thinking about ancestors, Homo sapiens has been on the planet for 200,000 years or more. And I was just thinking that our debate, the international debate and action on biodiversity, really has only been happening in the last few decades. I would say that 1962, that publication by Rachel Carson, Silent Spring, captured the essence of this debate in terms of the fact that we were now facing global problems. In this case, it was the use of chemical pesticides for agriculture that was not only destroying nature, hence the silent spring of birdsong, but also that it was actually causing risks to human health and our place on the planet. That triggered an environmental movement which, in 1972, heads of state and government came together in Stockholm for the first Earth Summit, where they really debated and started to talk about the need for action to address this global problem. Later that year, heads of state and government of the European Union, what's now the European Union, came together in Paris, and they actually took a decision that the environment was going to be part of the EU agenda, and that led to programs of work that now continue to the present day. But as Liam has said, the watershed moment was in 1992 at the second Earth Summit in Rio de Janeiro, where there was a critical set of decisions taken, not only on climate change, on desertification, on sustainable development, but a commitment through a new convention on biodiversity. That's the overarching global framework in relation to biodiversity conservation. There are 196 contracting parties. The EU is a contracting party, as are all the member states, including Ireland. And it has three main objectives. I mean, Taz gave you an excellent introduction to what biodiversity is, but this convention looks at the conservation of biodiversity in all its components. It looks at the issue of sustainable use, because many communities, and we've had a lovely lunch on biodiversity, many communities depend upon use, and that has to be sustainable. And when this convention was being debated, it was also critical that the poorer, biodiverse, rich countries had access to the benefits that were accruing from using genetic resources, that there would be fair and equitable sharing. As Liam has explained, the Convention operates through strategic plans setting targets for each 10-year period. The current plan is being updated, and there's going to be a big conference in Montreal at the end of this year where hopefully an ambitious agenda for 2030. It was delayed by COVID, but hopefully an ambitious agenda will be set for 2030. The EU has already set out a biodiversity strategy for this decade, which is very ambitious. And the EU tries to work, the countries work together in a unified voice in this global perspective to try and ensure we get an ambitious outcome for this global agenda. And Ireland, as we know, is working on updating its 4th National Biodiversity Action Plan. So that's the framework in which we are trying to act. There are, of course, a whole series of other international conventions that you should be aware of. I don't have time to go into any of them, but just to mention that we have a convention on the conservation and wise use of wetlands from Ramsar. We have a CITES convention which deals in trade in endangered species. That is a major driver. Illegal trade is a major driver for the loss of some critically endangered species. We have a convention on migratory species called the Bond Convention, which tries to generate cooperation between countries throughout the flyways of birds and other species that migrate between different countries. We have a Council of Europe Convention on European Wildlife, which complements what we're doing in the EU. It has a broader European perspective, and it's important that we cooperate. And then, particularly for a country like Ireland, which has a huge maritime area, the marine environment and the Convention for the Protection for the Marine Environment of the Northeast Atlantic is highly relevant. But I would argue that the main driver for action by Ireland and other countries in the EU has been the laws that have been passed and agreed unanimously by Ireland and other countries to protect biodiversity and environment more generally. And if I could just briefly introduce them to you, we have a directive from 1979 which sets out to conserve all wild bird species in the European Union, a shared heritage of all the different countries. That was broadened in 1992 into a habitats directive. It's about fauna and flora, and also habitats for the first time that are considered to be of EU conservation concern based on their endangerment. And that gave birth to what we call the Natura 2000 network of protected areas. And I'm just curious to know, how many people in this room had heard about Natura 2000 before you signed up to this process? Could I have a show of hands? How many of you had heard of Natura 2000, which is probably the most significant European undertaking for biodiversity in the last 30 years. That will tell us that we need to know more about what's going on in terms of the biodiversity commitments and agenda. It's not surprising you're a representative of what we have seen from Eurobarometers. We have a directive on zoos, that zoos in the 21st century should be promoting conservation programs. We have one on invasive species. Taz mentioned that this is one of the key drivers. So we have a directive or a regulation that sets out lists of species that action needs to be taken to either eradicate them, contain them, or prevent them from turning up in the first place. And it's worth mentioning that we have a new nature restoration law that has been proposed in the past months, which is now being negotiated with the European Parliament and the Member States. And that is really strategically important for the agenda as we move forward in the years ahead. And there are a whole series of other pieces of EU environmental legislation on water quality, on the marine environment, including marine protected areas, on how to deal with plans and projects, big developments, to ensure that environmental assessment takes place, the Strategic Environmental Assessment Directive and the Environmental Impact Assessment Directive. And there's even a directive called Environmental Liability, which means that the polluter should pay, that if some organization causes serious damage to biodiversity, they should be held liable for this. Now, so we do have a good body of legislation, but the core of it, I would argue, is what we call the nature directives, the birds and the habitats directives. And they set out, looking at the species that are vulnerable, the habitats, to restore them and maintain them in what we would describe as a healthy state. There are 4 pillars to that legislation that countries have signed up to, and that is, firstly, ensuring space for nature. Critical to any debate on biodiversity is having good protected areas that are well managed and that deliver benefits for biodiversity and people. But that's only going to be, we'd say, 1/5 or 1/3 of the landscape, so you need measures that take place in the wider sea and landscape as well. Some species need particular focus for action, so there are strict species protection requirements for many species of European conservation concern, and even those that can be used, like in the case of hunting, there needs to be good rules to ensure that these practices are sustainable and not damaging to conservation. And of course, if you don't measure and monitor and report, you're not able to assess progress. So what Liam had shown you in terms of the knowledge, the data requirements, they are fundamental to assessing progress. Now, I didn't come here today to name and shame, but I think it's important to draw from our experience over the last 30 years. And unfortunately, when it comes to the EU legislation, Ireland doesn't have a great track record. There have been difficulties, delays in implementation. The EU Court of Justice in Luxembourg ultimately interprets and decides whether a country is complying with the laws or not. And unfortunately, there have been a whole series of biodiversity-related cases that have gone to the court, and Ireland has been condemned for its failures to establish the protected areas, for its failures to protect the sites, for its failures to actually deal with some serious problems like overgrazing in the uplands in the west, for its failures on species protection rules. There's even a case at the moment in the court, which will probably be decided next year, in relation to the designation and putting in place the conservation measures. Because it's no use saying it's a protected area and it's a paper park. You have to have measures that actually deliver the conservation on the ground, working with the people that live in and around those areas. So that's fundamental in this debate. There are issues in relation to peatland conservation. That's been probably the most difficult issue in relation to Ireland's implementation of the Habitats Directive. The raised bogs in the Midland, we only have a remnant of raised bogs that are worth conserving under the Habitats Directive. But yet, of the 55 that are protected under the Habitats Directive, today there is still illegal cutting and destruction of raised bogs taking place. And you ask, despite all the progress, and there has been progress on conservation, why this is still happening. And Ireland boasts 9 times its marine area of land, and yet it has one of the poorest records on marine protected areas, 2.4% versus an EU-wide average of 9%. The Taoiseach says 30% marine protected areas by 2030. Well, that's a big job of work that has to be done, and it won't happen by accident. Now, rather than being negative, let's just ask a few questions. What are the fundamental drivers of success? We looked at, based on reporting from member states, where we're getting improvements in conservation of species and habitats. And the fundamentals to it are political support. This has to be on the political agenda. You need strong and coherent governance. We will talk about that. Hopefully, Mary will give you some valuable insights into that. And you need institutions across all of the decision-making bodies that have the capacity to do the job and with motivated staff. And I have huge respect for colleagues in the National Parks and Wildlife Service, but they were not given the resources to do the job, the human resources, the financial resources. They were not given the political support. So that's why we're in this position today. You need adequate and effective consultation and engagement, because we're talking to a large extent about private land. There's national parks, nature reserves, but a lot of it is private land. So you need to talk and work with people and find solutions that deliver co-benefits for nature and for people. You need research and monitoring, because to design the right measures, you need to understand the ecological requirements of the species. Taz gave an excellent example about the Natterjack toad. Unless you understand what needs to be done through research and monitoring, you're not going to put in place the right measures. You're going to waste taxpayers' money. And, I always believe that conservation without money is simply conversation. So unless you have access to funding, proper funding, and a lot of it is public funding. We can get private funding as well, but this is a public good. There are programs under the EU budgets, like the LIFE program, and there's some really good examples. I hope Andy Bleasday will say something about that in terms of really good strategic projects on bogs, on Macaire, on Corncrake that are now taking shape. But they need to be supported by bigger funds, and the biggest one of all is the agricultural budget in Ireland. So if that isn't working for nature, we're in trouble. And of course, it's not a quick fix. The long-term sustainability, if you make an investment, you need to sustain it over time. The Burren project has shown that, where initially it was a life project, but it has been sustained through the commitment of investment and the local community. My final comments are by way of just adding to your reflection. Several people have reminded us that in the context of biodiversity, we're dealing with seriously depleted nature. So it's not enough to say we need to keep what we've got. We've lost so much that we need to be talking about a serious program of restoration through the years ahead. And that's why this new law on restoration, and this is the United Nations Decade of Restoration, that needs to be taken seriously. It doesn't happen by accident. You need to have not only these targets. Somebody asked a really good question. Why aren't we reaching our targets? Because we haven't worked out the mechanisms to deliver them and get the commitments through human financial engagement to do so. So that needs to be done. So if we have a 30% target for protected areas, the most special places for nature, that needs to have a program of work that does deliver it. And honestly, it's no use having laws. You have to work with people, you have to promote compliance, but ultimately you have to ensure compliance. There needs to be enforcement. If somebody's driving their car drunk home every night, unless there's a proper enforcement mechanism, everybody sees that the law doesn't make any sense. And finally, my final point of reflection is, we have good legislation. If it's fully implemented, we are well on the road to recovery. But solving the biodiversity crisis really has to be broadened into the wider sustainable development goals. We heard from Laura in relation to climate. There's so many win-wins on climate and biodiversity. The whole food system. Let's change the agriculture debate to one about the quality of food and how it's produced from farm to fork, and how we can make sure that farmers benefit and society benefits. And ultimately, how we consume and produce. Because biodiversity conservation is ultimately about the way we live. Thank you.
Gurmila Mahagits Mihol, no mean feat to get all of that into 15 minutes, and to get it into 15 minutes with people who've had a really nice lunch is an excellent, excellent job. So thank you very much. If you were my first years now and this was Friday afternoon, I get everyone to stand up and hop on one leg. Maybe that's a little bit ambitious, but it might be good just if you need to stretch just for a moment, because I'll introduce our next speaker, who is, as you know, Dr. Mary Dobbs from our expert advisory group. She specialises in environmental law and governance at Maynooth University. And so in this talk, she's going to help us understand the biodiversity framework in Ireland, which, from my brief look at her slides, is so complex you do need a PhD in order to be able to decipher it. So apparently, if you're confused when you hear it, you've fully understood it. So thank you, Mary, now for introducing us to this landscape.
Thanks very much, Even. Yes, so I would concur with that to an extent, which is that in thinking about this and thinking about what comes out of the presentation is essentially it is a very complex and interdependent area, and that applies to the laws, the policies, the actors, the tools. So you're already getting a very good feel for that. So hopefully you won't be entirely confused at the end of it, but more that you will recognise how complex it actually is. And my talk builds on what Micheál was saying at the international EU level. I'm focusing instead more on the national level instead. It does go down to the local as well, and indeed the individual, but the main point is looking at the national. It is a snapshot. There's no way that I can deal with everything here. So instead, it is a snapshot. I have been evil. The secretaries are not going to be very happy with me. There is a handout to accompany this. It is online on the members' portal, I believe, or it will be shortly. It is one just so that you can come back and refer to it. Because the point, I suppose, of this presentation is to facilitate, one, to think about just for background information as you're going through the forthcoming weekends, but also, as Micheál Ó Cinnéide was saying earlier on, you might want to go and consider changes to the overarching regime as well. So not just the sectoral, but also the overarching. And in thinking of that, I was thinking about, well, what should law and policy and governance structures really want to be in this area in order to address biodiversity and nature concerns? And so I put down 4 goals there for it. If it's to do it effectively, then really the law, and think about the law as it exists and the governance structures as they exist, they should be ambitious, not just really maintaining or allowing the continuous decline, but restoring, helping improve the environment and biodiversity. They should be focused on the specific areas, the specific issues that are in hand, but also more generally. They need to be well designed and tailored. It won't be the same approach for every specific area. It has to be tailored appropriately and informed, therefore, very much by science and information on the ground as well. It needs to be well supported, which we were just hearing there about the financial and human resources, but also legal, political resources and the institutional structure. That's a lot that has to be done. And it's possible that you will have something that looks very good on paper, but will not work in practice. So again, this is a snapshot presentation, and you'll hear about the issues in practice as we go through the weekends from the various actors. So I'm going to look at mainly 3 things, and I might get onto the 4th one, but I think we're going to be coming back to that later on in the Assembly anyway. So a very brief outline of laws and also policies. And again, it's going to be, hey, it's complex, it's quite challenging, multifaceted, but really the main ones are going to be the nature laws that will focus, or that exist. They're the main focus, complemented by the other regimes, either supported or undermined. I'm hoping you can see with the colour difference there. I'm not entirely sure with the green one, but that's going to be about the actors. Who is responsible? Who plays the roles? Again, it's everyone and no one, and we've already heard from some of the actors, in particular the National Parks and Wildlife Service, but by no means are they the only ones. And then the governance tools. There's an array of these, and you might want to think about which ones work best in which sort of situation, or can you use a combination of them? And then it's the alternative approaches. Okay, this is going to be Whirlwind Tour. It is going to be up there a bit like Liam was doing earlier. I'm going to have pictures of stuff that will be there that you just have to be aware of that they exist rather than knowing them in depth. I'm not giving you individual provisions from legislation, don't worry. We have firstly the idea of sources of law. We have the core biodiversity ones based in nature, we have the broader environmental laws, and we have related fields. So from the biodiversity, we've heard from Micheál already about the international and EU laws that exist, and they are commitments that Ireland is bound to. From the EU perspective in particular, we must transpose, we must write them into our laws and policies, we must implement them, and we must enforce them, and we're meant to do all of this effectively. And if not, the Commission and the Court of Justice can come around to us and give out to us and eventually fine us for doing this. So we have legally binding obligations there to do things. The Irish legislation under the Ireland bracket there are some of the core legislation that helps transpose, in particular, the first one, the European Communities Regulations from 2011. They implement, or transpose and implement, laws to do with invasive species and to do with the Natura 2000 sites in particular. So they really deal with that. Also elements from other ones as well, but they're the core regulations within Ireland. We also have some homegrown legislation, although influenced historically from the UK, with the Wildlife Act of 1976 as amended as well. As amended means I don't have to list a whole pile of other pieces of legislation that have influenced it. We have also heard about the National Biodiversity Action Plan. It's not technically a piece of law, but it's very influential. It's being amended at the moment. And the reason I'm flagging it here is because the others have very targeted, siloed approaches to nature conservation and biodiversity. The Biodiversity Action Plan in particular is emphasizing the wider environment. And this is something we keep hearing about, that we need. It's no good just having these piecemeal or siloed, even if it's a network, having these protected sites, for instance. You need to have the broader environment being at a decent standard, or it'll filter in to those protected sites and undermine them as well. And so that's a more important aspect. Northern Ireland, I've flagged just to say, they were bound by the EU law. With Brexit, it's obviously shifted. They're still bound in relation to invasive species under the Northern Ireland Protocol. So the same European governance mechanisms will apply. But for the rest, we may expect some regulatory divergence, which makes cooperation and collaboration much more challenging. That is a whole other discussion, but we can get to in Q&As or anything during the weekends if you wish. Environmental laws. So we have biodiversity laws, nature conservation laws, and we have other environmental laws. We have parallel regimes. We've heard of climate change laws that are there, but we have them for air, we have them for water, we have them for waste, a wide range. Each of them, which I'd be grateful I am not going and putting you through all of the laws here, numerous laws, very complex. They also typically derive from EU law. There is interestingly not one on soil. There is the development of an EU soil strategy at the EU level. We don't actually have legally binding commitments specifically on soil. There'll be components within other areas. And that is an issue. They also don't reflect, even though they contribute to biodiversity, it's not an overarching theme for them or objective within that. So that is an issue as well. It can lead to incoherency or a lack of focus or purpose. There are other laws, environmental assessments, we've heard procedural rights. You're going to hear probably more about these Aarhus rights. The Aarhus Convention, it's one of the very important international laws that gives all of us as individuals rights, access to information, public participation in decision-making, as you're doing right now, access to justice, individual procedural rights used by individuals and non-governmental organisations to protect our own interests, protect nature interests, and to hold the government and public bodies accountable and to hopefully improve the quality of decision-making. So they're very important. I would say for all of these, there are flaws in how they're on paper, there are flaws in implementation, and there are flaws also in enforcement and attitudes to enforcement, all of which can cause challenges and therefore weaken biodiversity more generally. There's also a lot of incoherence, as I keep saying, or let's say more that there's complexity. That's complexity rather than incoherence, perhaps, with the risk of incoherence. And there is a potential, for instance, to have overarching objectives, including on sustainable development, on biodiversity protection, nature restoration. We have this to an extent within the EU law and the treaty and the functioning of the EU, what's the TFEU on the slide there, and to an extent also within, for instance, the Environmental Protection Agency Act of 1992. They're limited in scope, they're limited in focus, and they're, to be honest, a little bit outdated. It's a high level of environmental protection. We don't talk about improvement. We don't talk about restoration. We don't talk about resilience. We don't really have massive ambition within these, even though they are very important. Even though the laws as they exist are very important and play very important roles. So that is also an issue. This slide is one I do not have to go into beautifully, blissfully, because we are, as you're hearing, going to be looking at things like agriculture and forestry and so forth. This is an acknowledgement that there are numerous other areas with numerous other laws and policies reflecting interests that engage, and they cannot be ignored, and they also make it more complex and interdependent. If these areas do not promote in some fashion biodiversity, they risk undermining. So they have the potential to support or to undermine. Some of them are themes, as the ones I've mentioned. You also end up having more general law within administrative law, basically the law between the relationship between you and the state, and then human rights and so forth as well, including we have within the Constitution a right to have our property rights vindicated, which is seen frequently as in conflict. But the Constitution also recognises that you can limit that right for reasons of social justice and the common good. But it is nonetheless a constitutional right, and that is at the pinnacle of our hierarchy of laws within Ireland. It gets more complicated when you engage with EU law as well, but within Irish law, it's at the pinnacle. And so that can be challenging, and it is a reason for debate as well. That's probably enough on laws. It's complex, there are some gaps in it, it could be made more coherent. One slide on actors, and like Liam, this is very much enjoy trying to figure that out. The left-hand part of the slide is stolen from Micheál O'Shannaidy's report with Jane Stout, Professor Jane Stout from Trinity, on the National Parks and Wildlife Services, the report from last year. And the diagram outlines the range of public bodies, including 7 governmental departments, that have responsibility and roles in relation to nature protection in Ireland. There's 7 departments, there are over 20 bodies on that. And that's the public side. And that doesn't include the courts, which I threw in there as well, because they obviously have an enforcement role. And it doesn't include the EU level. It doesn't include the international, including, for instance, the Aarhus Compliance Committee, which helps enforce Aarhus rights. And it doesn't include the very important ones that complement this. There is a limited focus of the review, obviously, of the individuals, of individual people like yourselves here today, individual landowners, businesses, activists, NGOs, all of these individuals or groups, including local communities, who play a role in managing sites, in going and accessing information, in going and challenging the government, in volunteering their time to undertake the surveys that we were hearing about. The actors here are dependent on everybody else. And part of this is the lack of resources. There are very limited resources for different groups. And so it's much easier to ask somebody else to help you out. And so I'm not going to go through the issues that these actors all face because you'll be hearing from a lot of them. But there are conflicts of interest, there's under-resourcing, there's including human and financial, there's lack of coherency, there's a potential, again, lack for coherency, there's a lot of complexity, and trying to get all of these individuals or groups into a room to discuss approaches. There are networks that are undertaken in other areas. So the EPA has something called NICE, which is a network that deals with other areas of air, water, and waste. This is something that there is a challenge in getting people into a room and dealing with it here. But I'm just flagging for the moment. Beautiful thing. I can just flag and move on. The third one, which is the last one that I'm going to be dealing with, are the government's tools themselves. Again, you've heard of some of these already. You'll be aware of a lot of them anyway. And I've kind of broken them down into ones, stealing from a friend of mine who's a political scientist. We have a group who wrote the handout, and I managed to borrow from all of their areas of expertise. And they talk about the sticks, the carrots, and the sermons. The sticks, for me, I would think of them as command control. They are the you must do these things, you must not do these things. And there are punishments if you do not. There are penalties if you do not, or you break those rules. We have protected sites and species. They are designated. There are then actions requiring consent. You can only undertake certain actions if you gain consent. You may need to undertake a risk assessment if there's a potential of harm to that site or impacts on that site. You go and have, as it says, the assessments links into that. You have standards, and I'll come back to targets in the Q&A if anyone wants, because I think that's something we should discuss a little bit more. This is my warning light coming on, being hurry up at this stage. The standards, which will be one linked to sort of maybe populations, that you want to have a targeted population. You might have quotas on how many fish or animals that you can go and essentially harvest or kill. You will have limits in relation to emissions from farming or from other forms of industry and factories. They are all forms where you go, you must not exceed this, or you may go up to this point, but it is strict controls. And then prohibit or regulate certain activities. You'll all be aware of things like hedge cutting. You may not know precisely when you're allowed to do it or what way to do it, but you know there are controls on cutting hedgerows, or you know that there are controls on spreading slurry or just firing some pollutants into the rivers. And so we use all of these. We also have carrots and incentives, and they don't play as much of an obvious role in law. They're seen much more in policy, and maybe that's one where it could be developed slightly further as well. We have agri-environmental schemes we've mentioned, but there's wide range, including corn crakes and stuff like this as well, money to plant native wildflowers or trees. And the sermons relates into information and education. Talking about gathering data, you could have things like an Aarhus Centre gathers information more generally and shares it, but we need monitoring and reporting. Point here, wide range. You're going to hear about a lot more of them in practice. Think about which ones work best in an individual area, or maybe a combination of them. This one, I'm flagging. There are alternative ways to think it. You can tweak, you can amend the system. You can also have a brand new general environmental law that deals with overarching objectives and principles. You could think about well-being and resilience, rethink the way you think about the law and environment and how you regulate it. You could have substantive environmental rights. UN declared a human right to a healthy, clean and safe environment. You could have rights of nature. Nature was granted, a lake was granted as standing in Spain a few days ago. Lots of different ways. That's it. I'm noticing a red light as well, but we are coming to this. There's more in the handout, which is a blissful thing. It's complex, it's interdependent. You can go and think about this as you go through. You can also think about changes to it. I'm going to sit down. You can ask whatever questions you like. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mary. So now that we've had a quick look at Ireland's biodiversity obligations and governments on the national and EU sense, we invite you now to discuss that amongst yourselves at your tables, and we'll enjoy the Q&A session at around 3:20. Okay, everybody. Now, if we come back, and I'll invite Mary back to the stage as well, and we can take some questions from the floor, and we'll do the same. We'll have our roving mics. So to start our conversation, is there anybody who would like to ask a question right now? Okay, table 1 and table 2.
Hi, I'm Dan. I'm just wondering, in relation to some of the international conventions and the Convention on Biological Diversity and things, are the worst polluting countries signed up to the international agreements on the environment and biodiversity and climate change? So the countries that are doing like the most damage, are they signed up to the treaties and the international agreements?
There are 196 countries that have signed up to the Convention on Biological Diversity. As far as I understand, the United States, for example, hasn't signed up. The issue of access to and benefits to genetic resources might be a factor for them. So they are a hugely significant country in terms of the global ecological footprint. But most countries on the planet, biodiverse countries, Brazil, Indonesia, all those, they are party to this convention, which is the key global framework. And as I mentioned in my presentation, for the European Union, the multilateral order is really important. So the EU, Ireland, and all the other countries in that framework do actually put a lot of work into trying to get good negotiating positions. So even before this next conference in Montreal, there will be a huge amount of preparatory discussion by the European countries to try and get an ambitious outcome. Translating that into action, as Liam presented in relation to meeting targets, is another debate, and everybody falls short on that. But you still need ambitious targets to drive the debate forward.
Sorry, Dan, we'll get a microphone to you.
If some of the larger polluters or countries that are doing a lot of polluting and are impacting biodiversity aren't signed up to these international agreements, are we, the rest of us, essentially kind of swimming against the current, or is that a bit defeatist?
You know, I think if we were to take that view, we wouldn't do anything, because if we say, well, the United States may be out of the Kyoto or the climate action program, should the rest of the world sort of follow suit? The lowest standard shouldn't define where we go. We need to actually act with ambition, and I think Europe in those debates does act with ambition. It may fall short in terms of delivery, and that should be the standard rather than saying another party. And of course, we keep the conversation with those other parts of the world. There are many good things in the United States, for example, on biodiversity. So it's not black and white in terms of a debate. So I don't know if that answers your question. My view is we need to be committed to this multilateral environmental biodiversity global order, but we need to translate that here in Ireland into something practical that delivers.
Thanks, Michal.
Thanks, Michal. Mary, did you want to come in on that as well?
Yes, and also linking back into the earlier query about targets and what basically is the point of signing up to them if we never meet them. And I think I'd switch what you were saying there about the, well, if these people are polluting, why do we bother? And go, that's precisely why we do sign up to targets. We sign up for practical reasons because we just have to. It's essential for our life and for the world. We sign up for legal reasons. And we also sign up essentially for peer pressure and to try and convince others to do it as well. And the Paris Agreement, actually linking into the climate change, was an exceptionally good example of that, where essentially the US and China and various others came together and basically went, well, if you do it, we'll do it, and we'll get everybody else involved. And previously, it had been very hard to get countries to commit. But the more that come together and commit, the harder it is for other countries not to. There'll always be exceptions, but we need just to do it.
Thanks, Mary. Thanks, Michal and Dan, for the question. Table 2.
Hi, my name is Louise. We were talking about this a long time, and I think that the Paris Agreement is a very good example of what we need to do. But I think that the EU needs to be more ambitious. And I think that the EU needs to be more ambitious in terms of the climate change. And I think that the EU needs to be more ambitious in terms of the climate change. And I think that the EU needs to be more ambitious in terms of the climate change. And I think that the EU needs to be more ambitious in terms of the climate change. And I think that the EU needs to be more ambitious in terms of the climate change. And I think that the EU needs to be more ambitious in terms of the climate change. And I think that the EU needs to be more ambitious in terms of the climate change. And I think that the EU needs to be more ambitious in terms of the climate change. And I think that the EU needs to be more ambitious in terms of the climate change. And I think that the EU needs to be more ambitious in terms of the climate change. And I think that the EU needs to be more ambitious in terms of the climate change. And I think that the EU needs to be more ambitious in terms of the climate change. And I think that the EU needs to be more ambitious in terms of the climate change. And What are we doing about it? And in simple terms, what's getting in the way?
Doing about biodiversity.
Not enough. No, I mean, it's a very good question. I mean, obviously there are a lot of different pieces of legislation. There's a lot of policy initiatives. I would argue, and I think it's come up in the conversation, that if we implemented the legislation that's on the books correctly, we would be in a far better place today. And then the question is, why doesn't it happen? In terms of the fact that Ireland signed up to a Habitats Directive 30 years ago, and yet it still, in my view, doesn't have proper management systems for the most important biodiversity assets that it has in the country. It doesn't have any serious progress on marine protected areas. And honestly, I think it basically boils down to political commitment, which wasn't translated into resources, human resources, financial resources. There used to be an organization in this country called DUCAS. DUCAS was a forerunner to the National Parks and Wildlife Service. They were sent out to do a job and they were hung out to dry. They basically were not given the capacity. I felt sorry for the rangers on the ground who had to deal with people without any real capacity to do their job. So if we're serious about it, we need to give the capacity to do the job. And it's a public good. I mean, the private sector has its role to play as well, but fundamentally this is a public service. And it's a service that applies to all the citizens. So I don't think there was a serious commitment or a program of work in a timely manner to deliver on commitments. And if you continue to do this, I mean, if, for example, the next conference in the Convention on Biological Diversity at the end of the year will come out with real ambition and targets. But if that's not translated into real programs of action involving civil society, then it won't happen. So I don't know if that answers your question, but it just wasn't taken seriously.
Thank you, Micheál. Thank you for that. I see another hand on table 12 and then lots more over here, so we'll see what we can get to on table 5 as well.
Hi, I'm Jean. Our question is there evidence to suggest that a cross-department committee would help improve Ireland's implementation issue? And then following on from that, what would this need to be successful?
If it's okay, I think Micheál will step up for this one.
Thank you very much. That's a good question. And I think that the evidence is there in two ways. One of them is where you can see that cross-departmental structures are working, and you can learn from that. And then the evidence of, in this case here, biodiversity, where there are not strong cross-departmental structures. And we've heard very clearly from Mary, but particularly I think from Micheál, in terms of our poor record in European legislation. When I was involved, he made reference, and Mary did, to National Parks and Wildlife, and we did a review of National Parks and Wildlife just a year ago, which was accepted by the government. One of the main recommendations there, and it'll be relevant to tomorrow's discussion because Andy Bleasdale is the senior scientist in National Parks and Wildlife, they can't do it on their own. They can't do it with all the other actors on the stage that Mary Dobbs showed working together. And there isn't a good structure for them to work together at the moment. I think that's a key point. So in the report for the review of National Parks and Wildlife, we recommended, Jane Stout and I, that there needs to be a strong cross-governmental structure. And to give an example of where, from my own experience, I worked in the EPA for 10 years in the area of water and in the Marine Institute, we can see that the same cast of characters, in other words, agriculture and marine and fisheries and so on, can work together much better on water policy in Ireland. And there are structures that are pretty effective. Okay, I'm not saying the water quality is as good as it should be, it isn't, but still the programme of work, to use the phrase that Micheál O'Brien just worked now, is there in place with legislation behind it at a national level and structure. So there's a lead department working with other departments. So the people in the Department of Housing or Customs House call in the people from Agriculture or OPW and say, listen, what's happening here? What are you doing about this? At a national level, and then it happens regionally and it happens locally. That kind of structure, coordinating structures for water, there's something similar happening on climate, are not there at the moment yet for biodiversity, and they absolutely need to be. The nearest thing that we have to it is, Mary referred to the National Biodiversity Forum, for example, which Tasman Crow is chairman of, but Taz will tell you, like there's, you know, 2 men and a dog, basically, you know. There's nothing, there's no structure at all. And so it doesn't have legal standing, it doesn't have staff, it doesn't have resources, it's a joke. Right? And so you have to be serious about having national structures. So I absolutely agree that cross-departmental, cross-agency structures with the programme of work backing up to try and come together to do what we're doing in biodiversity is needed. It doesn't exist and it makes sense.
Thank you, Micheál. Thank you, Jean. Now, I know there's lots of hands up, but there's a couple of tables who haven't asked any questions so far. So I'm going to actually go to 5, if that's okay. Thank you.
Hi, my name is John. Our question is, what would it take to enact the rights of nature to those of a person? And how would that change?
Sorry, what would it take to do what to rights of
What
nature?
it would take to enact the rights of nature to that of a person?
Thanks, John. Mary?
There are two sort of parts to that, and I'll go through maybe the human rights first, which is just a note, we have procedural environmental rights currently. So we have human rights that are procedural based. So we have the access to information, public participation and decision making. We also have complementary ones that are broader than the environment, such as due process and things like that. We don't have substantive environmental rights based in Ireland at the moment. The Supreme Court discussed this recently. They sort of mentioned that it was a possibility if the Constitution were amended, but it's not there currently. It's protected indirectly through a right to life. They are developing internationally, including potentially through the European Convention of Human Rights, and it may filter down eventually into Ireland, but that is a gap. So we have procedural but not substantive. So that's if we're saying about equating, just bear in mind the substantive ones for humans don't exist in Ireland currently, but up for discussion. For rights of nature, I mean, you can legislate for them, you can put them in a constitution, you can do them whatever way you want, basically. The normal thing you'd be thinking about at least would be to give them standing. So that was what happened in Spain during the week, was a court recognised standing for a lake. And that is a very common aspect that is reflected across rights of nature. But again, you can give them more substantive ones as well, essentially not to be harmed, not to be negatively impacted. Bear in mind for rights more generally, I was saying this with one table as I was wandering around, rights are not absolute usually. So the right to life is usually considered absolute for humans. If you're putting in rights of nature, it doesn't necessarily mean that they are absolute rights. So firstly, it depends, do you put them in legislation or constitution? Constitution at the top. Obviously, sorry. And then also whether you put in caveats, whether they can be limited by legislation or for other reasons of common good, for instance. But there are examples internationally. So you can also leave it to others to decide how to do. If you just want to say, we should have rights of nature, we should have it where we recognise common good, the common heritage, the importance of the world, you can go Gaia-esque and all this sort of stuff. If you think that's a good idea, then you can look into it further, or you can go and say, now over to you.
Okay, thank you, Mary, and thank you, John. And John, this is something that has been coming up in submissions so far, rights of nature and various perspectives on that. So it's likely something we'll have a talk on it in the coming weeks. And so, yeah, keep those questions coming. Unfortunately, we've hit the mark for coffee. I realise there's more questions to come, and we will have the plenary session first thing in the morning to take all of these questions. So do write them down. We're not avoiding them. We just don't have time for all the questions now. So we're going to take a 10-minute break, and we're coming back to talk to the NGOs who are working to conserve biodiversity. See you in 10 minutes.
Because they're going
Thank you very much, everybody. And I've said it multiple times already, but I don't know how we're all going to fit into our clothes with all these delicious snacks that we're getting throughout the day. Now, once everyone's seated, I'll introduce this next section. Great. So this is the last section that we will have for today. And now, since we've seen the obligations, exactly is already working to conserve and to highlight biodiversity in Ireland. So to kind of follow on from the formal and the governmental structures, we're going to take a look at some of the amazing voluntary and community sector work that's happening around the country. So we first of all have a video of randomly chosen groups from across the country, a very small selection of the many who are working. In the video, they are going to talk about the work that they do, and they also talk about what they want to see happen in terms of the challenges that they face. This isn't necessarily something that you might agree with or we might agree with. These are all things for discussion, but it's to give us a snapshot of what's happening right now across the country with a video that's been put together only this week from footage that was recorded in the last 2 weeks. So once we have it, Cathal. Oh yeah, and we'll while we're waiting for the video, we'll thank Tim, who took it upon himself to go around the country, put on a pair of wellies, and talk to all of these people about what they do. So now we'll see the fruits of that.
I'm Sean Carlin. I'm a community activist in Morani for the last 20 years. I'm a member of the Old Irish Goat Society, and we're promoting the Old Irish Goat as an important indigenous breed of Ireland that needs to be preserved. The Old Irish Goat is Ireland's indigenous breed of goat. It goes back over 5,000 years. I became interested in it because it had no protection, no legal protection. There was no conservation efforts happening for it. These animals, not alone are they biodiversity, but they also provide us with key functions.
Last year we started a project in conjunction with Mayo County Council to explore the use of Old Irish goats to eradicate invasive species. And Gunra is that plant. It's 7 foot high and it has a massive leaf, and it grows up along the west coast in wet areas of land, and the only control they have on it is pesticides application. So this is like a biological control where we use the goat instead of chemicals to get rid of it.
The Old Irish Goat came to Ireland with Neolithic farmers. It was used to help clear land. It was quite famously exported, live exports to England in the late 1800s and the early 1900s in herds of up to 900. And the population of Old Irish Goats in Ireland in the 1920s was 250,000. And the Old Irish Goat was effectively discarded by commercial farming in Ireland. They became feral on the mountains. So you had the challenge of capturing these animals and bringing them into a captive breeding program. We now have about 50 adult breeding females tagged in Ireland, and that's basically the national herd of Old Irish Goats. That took us 10 years to achieve that. We have about 20 active people involved in the society. We have 5 directors, we have 1 staff, we have some people on CE schemes. So we have a very progressive, very dynamic group. Genetic resources are a vital subcomponent of biodiversity. We rely on it for our survival, for food, for functionality. But it's lost in the biodiversity space. We have no EU directives for genetic resources. We have no legal protection for genetic resources. It has been systematically sidelined for decades, and we need change.
We're friends with Camak.
We were set up at the end of 2017, early 2018. We're a small group of volunteers in Clondalkin, not-for-profit organisation committed to cleaning and preserving the Camac River and its greenway. So protecting the water quality and the biodiversity, and trying to make sure that this beautiful little river, which has been a famous trout stream in its day, is still there for the people of Clondalkin in years to come. One of the biggest challenges is the complexity. When you're dealing with any pieces of land, any waterways, ownership is an issue. There's a lot of stakeholders involved. We don't have any legal expertise. We don't have great funding opportunities. So it's a work in progress. We need to be more ambitious for the river. We've done lots of good work in terms of engagement, removal of tunnelling, working with the stakeholders. But what we really need is meaningful work done on the river, because my worry is that with all these invasive species and the silting up, that we're going to lose the river. We've great relationships with South Dublin County Council and the Dublin Urban Rivers Life Project and LawPro. They're wonderful, but they need to get funding and manpower. They're massive jobs to clear out these. What used to be a big pond now is sort of almost a back drain due to the crack willows and the overgrowth. The guys are great they're experts on bird life. Tommy's a community organiser, Brian is a finance person, you know, and Brian Nolan will be very knowledgeable of the river. We need help. We feel the government needs to do more. Water quality is so important, and biodiversity loss is so obvious. That little groups like ours, we just need more commitment, I suppose, from the government to do meaningful work to get, I suppose, real improvement in water quality and support the biodiversity. And it would make all the little bits that groups like ours are doing, it would make them really meaningful and powerful, but we can't do it on our own.
I'm involved in the stone business and in salvage and carvings and that kind of stuff. That's the business I'm involved in. But the group I'm involved in is a group called Corrib Bio Partnership, and it's a voluntary association formed 3 years ago by a group of like-minded people that were concerned about the deterioration of the Corrib Lake and the Corrib waterways, etc. So we formed a group, and its primary purpose is dedicated to the social, economic and environmental well-being and sustainable development of the Corrib. To knit together the communities around the Corrib, so the communities, instead of being local, they begin to have a perspective that's broader. And once they become knitted together as a broader community, then the issues of the region can be actually profiled. And obviously the whole biodiversity deterioration is a very, very big issue. The Corrib is the second largest lake in the country. It is, I mean, it looks on superficial, it looks pristine, beautiful, scenically beautiful, to row on it is beautiful, etc. But there is a continuous deterioration in the quality of the water, in the biodiversity, associated biodiversity, and it has been continuous for 50 years. At one stage, you could paddle up the lake, put your hand in the water and drink the water. You wouldn't dare to do that now. There is a continuous deterioration in a lot of the quality metrics of the lake. And it's something of major concern. And even though there are a lot of agencies working towards remediation, the decline continues. And that's something we're very, very aware of. And that's something we're hoping to be able to pull the different agencies together, the different groups, all of the interest sectors, to be able to pull them together so that we have a central vision and a central effort towards remediation. One specific thing, the curlew is a native bird of Ireland. And according to when we started first, there were 12 breeding pairs on the Corrib. The latest information is there 1 breeding pair. It is frightening, the deterioration at that level. And that would be a manifestation of the broader kind of situation of biodiversity. We do need to be better resourced in terms of having administrators, communicators, the different facets of any business to make it successful. We don't have all of those in place. To a small extent, we're still an ad hoc operation. Very well intentioned, fairly effective, but not as effective as we need to be to meet the objectives.
My name is Cormac McCarthy and I am the chairman of Ennis Tidy Towns, the current reigning champions of the National Super Value Tidy Towns competition. The Tidy Towns is a bit of a misnomer in that people think it's primarily around litter picking and flower beds. Basically, Tidy Towns is the biggest sustainability competition in the country, and biodiversity forms a huge part of that. It's a dedicated category in our submission, and here in Ennis we've been focusing a lot of our attention on the biodiversity area and community-led projects that we can implement here and importantly share with other groups. So are they replicable, are they scalable? So it's doing our part but being part of a larger collective to try and halt biodiversity loss. The Tidy Towns movement has changed significantly in the last couple of years. A lot of the groups are migrating towards more sustainable landscaping. There are fantastic initiatives around the country. In Kilkenny, they planted 10,000 trees as part of their Tidy Towns group. In Tralee Tidy Towns, there's the Maharees group who are working on local sand dunes. We've quite a lot of volunteers, both our core group of volunteers, but also people who are just really just interested in the biodiversity side of things. We've developed a lot of projects in recent years. We have signed up to the All Ireland Pollinator Plan. We've won the large urban centre category now for the last couple of years, and that's a fantastic resource for community groups throughout the country. We have developed biodiversity guidelines for community green spaces. We've actually prepared a biodiversity action plan for the town, and we went out to the local community and we asked them what their favourite wildlife spots were around the town. We're very fortunate, as I said, we have the River Fergus, Special Area of Conservation. We have the Post Office Field, which is a seasonally flooded field on the banks of the river, hugely important for local wildlife. We worked with local consultants and we developed guidelines for community green spaces, GAA grounds and our local park. And we're also working with Law Pros. We've got a lovely educational piece about the River Fergus, which is the river that goes through Ennis. It's a special area of conservation and it really has high biodiversity value. But I think the main challenge facing groups like ours is supports. And we don't mean grant aid, there's an awful lot of grant aid out there, but it's having that contact in a state agency or a local authority, having them staffed sufficiently that we can ring them up and go, look, we have a query, we're not too sure how to do this, can you come out and assist us? We can't always be going out to consultants, we don't have the money for that. So I think the one thing we do need to bear in mind is it might seem like a small action that you're doing, but if that was replicated by 900 other groups throughout the country, we are having a tremendous impact on halting biodiversity loss, and we should be cognizant of that, as should the government agencies and the public sector who should be there to help support that work.
My name is Dermot Grogan. I'm here representing the Hedgerow Ireland. We're a voluntary group, citizens set up here in Tipperary, originally back in 2019 to complain about the widespread destruction of hedgerows. Hedgerows are important for biodiversity, especially important for biodiversity in Ireland, because this is our stock of native woodland basically. We have the lowest forestation rates in Europe. We have approximately 600,000 kilometres of hedgerows in Ireland. About 6,000 are being destroyed every year, we reckon. And it's all very well talking about planting trees, but we have the stock of trees here already, but it's important that they're managed correctly and preserved as they are. And if you look around you here, we're on a dry stock farm in South Tipperary, organic for the last 40 years. You see here the effect of a well-managed hedgerow. This is not wild. This has been managed for 40 years to provide a maximum amount of biodiversity, to provide the maximum amount of carbon sequestration. And our attitude is that we're in a situation now where farmers are being encouraged to move away from being paid for production, and they're being encouraged to be paid for environmental services. And we're strongly making the case that there should be a basic minimum payment for existing hedgerows for all landowners, farmers in particular, and obviously then education, training with landowners, contractors as to what the appropriate hedgerow management regimes are for different types of hedgerows. So everybody agrees that using hedgerows for carbon sequestration and for biodiversity is a win-win for everybody involved. It's relatively easy to implement. It's just a matter of bringing the legislation and bringing in the appropriate measures.
I'm Paul Handrick. We're on the Beast Sanctuary of Ireland in County Wicklow, and I suppose we're the only native wild beast sanctuary on the planet. We advocate for our native wild bees, bumblebees, solitary bees. We say bees to people, they immediately think honey. Think honeybees, they think hives. That's not what we are. We don't have hives. We don't produce honey. We're basically just here to say, listen, our bees are in trouble, our insects are in trouble, nature's in trouble, and we're trying to highlight that. I suppose we're using this piece of land to highlight that. Because we're not activists, we're not environmentalists, we're just a normal family. We had a farm, and we decided, and we looked at it and we thought things need to be done better. And we kind of, I suppose, we're drawing a line in the depleted soil. That's the way I'd put it. Enough's enough. We need to do something about this. We're in serious trouble when it comes to nature and when it comes to a word I don't like using, biodiversity. Nature's in trouble, and we need to realise that. We need to realise that quickly. We need to do something about it. So I mean, the stats are there, the figures are there. We need to do something about it, and we kind of looked and went, who are we in one way, but who aren't we in another? When I mean, someone has to start saying this, and someone has to start sharing about it. And what we try to do here is we do it on the ground, and we back up what we say with action on the ground. I suppose that's what we do. We try to inspire people to take a look at the problem, at the depth of the problem, and to then go in and do something about it. There's no point in talking about it. There's no point in having meetings about it. There's no point in having all these good intentions. We need to act, and we need to act now. And we just literally stayed out of it. And what we see year on year is just an increase in species, in abundance, wildflowers coming back, insects, bees. It's just incredible to watch, and it can happen very quickly. We're the size of 31 football pitches. That'll give you an idea. Our hedgerows, our ditches, as they used to be called, are 30, 40 metres wide in places. You know, they're wild, they're brambles, they're nettles, they're thistle, and that's where the magic is. The majority of land in this country is given over to agriculture, and that's what we need to look at, and we need to look at seriously. And it's not a debate of whether it's causing problems, whether it's polluting our water, whether it's polluting our air, whether it's taking every inch from nature. That's a given now. We know that. So are we going to actually do something about that? And I'm not saying let's shut down farming. This isn't having a swipe at farmers. It's having a glance towards truth and towards a future that we can exist in. And what I say to people on the assembly is, thank you for listening. Make sure you hear.
I think some excellent examples there of the work that people are doing in their spare time across the country. And I mean, it is amazing that people are volunteering to do all of this work. And it's just part of the conversation that we have to hear these perspectives. And in another day, we might hear something that's completely different, but we want to hear all the perspectives, and we want to have that respectful conversation, as I've said from the beginning of this morning. So to continue this section on who is working to conserve and highlight biodiversity in Ireland, I'm delighted to welcome members of the Irish Environmental Network, which it constitutes a number of groups who are looking after nature and biodiversity across Ireland. So we will have 3 representatives of the IEN, and I'm delighted that our first representative is Pádraig Fogarty of the Wildlife Trust. And I first came across Pádraig when I had the role of chair, and I bought his book, and I suddenly got really depressed about everything. But it's important to acknowledge all that's going on as well. So please give Pádraig Fogarty a huge warm welcome.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you so much for the invitation to speak to you today. You're doing such important work, and it's such a privilege to speak to you today and introduce the organisation that I work for, which is the Irish Wildlife Trust. So I'm their campaign officer. I work on all the wonderful areas you've been talking about so far, like forestry and farming and so on. But I thought I'd just give you a brief introduction to our organisation. We were established in 1979, so quite a long time ago. We are a membership-based charitable organisation, and the reason we were set up in 1979 was to address the biodiversity crisis. Nobody was calling it a biodiversity crisis back then, but essentially that's what they were doing. And you'll see here, this is a photograph of one of our first chairmen on the right-hand side. It's Fergus, and you'll recognise some of the other faces in that photograph. There's David Attenborough when he came to Dublin in the 1980s, and President Hillary and his wife on the left-hand side. And the kind of issues we were talking about back in the 1980s was save the whale. And this is a giant inflatable whale that we dragged up O'Connell Street for the St. Patrick's Day parade in the 1980s. We've been at this for quite a long time, actually, and a lot of the things that you've been hearing about and talking about this morning were known in the 1970s and they were known in the 1980s, and lots of people have been ringing the alarm bells for that length of time. So personally, I've been working in the IWT for 15 years. Most of my time with the organisation has been as a volunteer, and as you saw in the video, most people working in this space are volunteers. I'm not a volunteer anymore. Thankfully, I'm able to dedicate more of my time to the organisation. This is some of the issues we were dealing with. This is the cover of our Badger magazine from 1984, and you'll see this is a depiction of the bureaucrats in Brussels sticking their head in the sand as, you know, we're dumping nuclear waste and clearing habitats and so on. In 1982 or 1992, we went to the Rio Earth Summit. That's 30 years ago this year, where there was the first global commitment to protect biodiversity. You heard about the Convention on Biological Diversity earlier, and the first international treaty on limiting greenhouse gas emissions were from 1992. And this is the cover of our latest magazine, which came out recently. So we've been doing this for a long time. And really what we see our goal is, our work is divided into two main areas. Number one, we work on education. So we feel that having a connection with nature is one of the great joys of life, but it's also essential if we are to address this crisis. We all have to feel that connection. So we have been doing that through the work on our branches. You'll see some of the photos there are some of the branches we have around the country that are getting out and about with local people and showing them nature and talking about it in their local area. We hold events, we have webinars, talks and discussions and so on. I showed you our magazine earlier, and we're quite active on social media. So education really is fundamental. The other thing we do is advocating for change, and that's particularly my job from a day-to-day basis. So we try to do that basically because the solutions are known. We have the solutions. You'll see in the top there's us meeting Commissioner, the Environment Commissioner, Sinkevicius, last year. And we had our banner with us to end overfishing. There we are in the top right-hand corner meeting the Taoiseach earlier this year. And there's a picture of me on the left-hand side at the COP26 summit in Glasgow last year. So these are the kind of things we do. We're out and about, and we're trying to influence politicians, we're trying to influence state bodies, because, as I say, we have the solutions. Marine protected areas, for instance, and ending overfishing, farming with nature, reintroducing lost species, rewilding and restoration, rewetting peatlands, cleaning up our waterways, to end up to name just a few. Technically, we have all the solutions to hand. We just haven't been particularly good at implementing them. And so part of that really is trying to hold our government and the state to account for the promises and the commitments that they have made on our behalf as citizens, whether that is our national biodiversity action plans, whether it's directives from the European Union on water and nature, other commitments at an international level, making sure that protected species and habitats are actually protected, which is not something that has happened to date. And we also strive to do it through increasing ambition in line with the science. And so, for instance, expanding the area of native forests, creating greater protection for our oceans, protecting 30% of the land, which is one of the goals that we hope we'll see at the meeting in Montreal that you heard about. But we have to be honest with ourselves also. I mean, ultimately, we have failed as an organisation in working in this area for the last 40 years. We haven't succeeded in communicating to people the importance of nature. We haven't succeeded in influencing government. And at the end of the day, it breaks our heart to see what we have lost, what the destruction that happens every day, and to see the inaction in the face of what we know are workable solutions. We do what we do because we love nature and we feel that the solutions are available to us. And that's why we will continue to do what we do until hopefully we can solve our biodiversity crisis. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pádraig. I'm delighted now to invite our second representative from the IEN, the Irish Environmental Network. So please welcome Elaine McGough from An Taisce.
Hi, thanks so much for the opportunity to speak to you here today. As Pádraig said, the work you're doing is so important and it really is a privilege to be a part of it. I'm Dr. Elaine McGough. I'm the Natural Environment Officer with An Taisce. I have a PhD in freshwater ecology and an advanced diploma in planning and environmental law. I've been asked to talk about the work of An Taisce today. An Taisce are the oldest environmental NGO in Ireland. We beat the IWT, Pádraig. We were founded in 1948 and we're divided into two main branches. One of the branches, I'd say a lot of you are familiar with their work, it's the Education Unit, and they run programs like Green Schools, Clean Coasts, the Blue Flag Beaches, and we have an advocacy unit that works for advocating for sustainable planning and development. I work for them. Our Education Unit gets ring-fenced funding from the government for their programs, but our advocacy unit operates very much on a shoestring and on donations from members of the public and membership as well. And at the moment, we're also running 3 EU Life-funded projects on organic agriculture, ponds, and climate. So what do we do? Well, I'm going to just focus on the work of the advocacy unit today because that's what I do. I know most about it. And we work on 2 main strands. We work on planning and we work on policy. Now, in regard to planning, An Taisce is the only independent environmental NGO in Ireland with what is called prescribed consultee status under the Planning Acts and for things like forestry and aquaculture licensing. And before I lose you, that's really simple. What it basically means is that whenever there's a planning application or a license application that looks like it's going to be problematic from an environmental point of view or on built heritage, then the authorities are obliged to write to us and say, An Taisce, what do you think about this? Now, it doesn't mean that our views have to be taken into account, but they are often given serious consideration because we have a lot of expertise in the area, and we've been doing this for a long time. We've been doing it since the 60s. So why am I talking about planning to a Citizens' Assembly on biodiversity loss? Well, planning is one of the most important levers we have for protecting biodiversity because it's one of the main systems through which environmental law is applied. So there are a lot of activities being done around the country that are incredibly damaging, but we don't know that they're happening, we have no control over them. Whereas when something goes through planning or goes through licensing, the authorities have to have a good look at it and decide, is this going to impact on the environment? If planning is done properly, which is what we advocate for, then all the checks and balances should be in place and the public should be confident that the right decision has been made and that biodiversity is not going to be impacted. We take our role as a prescribed body very seriously, but it's worth noting that we don't get any funding to do it. We used to, but it was pulled during the financial crash. We also do a lot of work simultaneously on government policy, advocating for better environmental protection in all government policy and legislation. For example, we work a lot in the agricultural policy area, ensuring that there's robust protection for water quality and nature in any government plans for the sector. So what we do is we would look at the science. For example, we look at what the EPA is saying about the impacts of agriculture and water quality. Then we look at the law. What have we signed up to do? What are our obligations under EU law? And then we look at what the plan is. What has the government said they're going to do? And from that position, we make evidence-based proposals. We say, based on the science and the law, here's what we think you need to do. So in essence, we act like an environmental watchdog. We ensure that planning, licensing and policy decisions are all in line with EU and national law. A key point to note is that we're not asking the government to do anything new. This is not the world according to An Taisce. All we're trying to do is get them to actually do the things they've already said they're going to, and the things they're legally obliged to. So a valid question that you could ask at this point is, if they've already agreed to do it, and if the laws are already in place, then why do we need the likes of An Taisce coming along and checking the government's homework? And the answer to that is, in an ideal world, I would be working my way out of a job. If planning and licensing and policy were in compliance with EU law, we wouldn't need the likes of An Taisce, and the natural world would be in a much better position. But unfortunately, as I'm guessing you're beginning to gather, we're really, really far from that point. And as the Biodiversity Forum highlighted last year, the state is actually the biggest transgressor of EU law. So An Taisce are kept extremely busy flagging up problems left, right and centre. We have a giant job of work. And I'm just finishing now. And one of the main challenges of working in an NGO, and you've heard this in the videos, lack of funding. So although An Taisce is written into the planning legislation and play a key role, we don't get any funding to do that. But to do the work we do, you need very high level of ecological expertise and legal knowledge. So there's a fundamental mismatch between the level of expertise we need and the amount of money that we can pay those people. And this is a common theme throughout the ENGO sector. It's very much a labour of love. The other really, really major obstacle is lobbying power. We are up against very well-funded organisations who have very strong and influential political connections. So it means when policy is being drafted, organisations that have very vested interests are heard far more than we are. We see it time and time again. And jobs and money often make for a more persuasive argument than clean waters and healthy habitats, unfortunately. It harks back to Roman's talk earlier about short-termism. Politicians only see to the next election. But I hope one thing is becoming clear to you in your deliberations, and it's that protecting nature is not a threat to farming or forestry or fishing. It's actually a fundamental condition for their survival. Biodiversity isn't an optional add-on, it's the very foundation of life. And that's why we need ENGOs like An Taisce. We are the independent voice for nature when few others are. And while we're underfunded, outlobbied, and often vilified, to be honest, we don't shy away from calling out the information and misinformation or bad decisions. We have no hidden agenda, and we are fighting tooth and nail to protect Ireland's nature and to make the science heard. So I really hope whatever recommendations you come up with can help us in that fight, because we need more voices in the room. We need everybody speaking up for nature. And I'd ask you to have a look at the submission that An Taisce made with some recommendations for how we think the situation could be fixed. And also for several of my ENGO colleagues put in submissions. They're not here in the room today, so it's worth having a look at what they said as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Elaine. And now our final representative for the IEN is Karen Dubsky from Coastwatch. So please welcome Karen.
Very good, thank you. Thank you very much for having me, and you must be getting tired now, but I hope you have some lovely smells in the room now, because I'm going to be representing the sea. And this was just collected a few hours ago, swept up in Cahors, where a walking group of 60-odd people were also doing a bit of coast watching before they set out. Kelp is being lost, hundreds of kilometers of it, on the Spanish and French coast at the moment with climate change. And we could lose it too. We're taking it totally for granted at the moment. And it's this feeling of that there's a lag between what we think is normal and what is happening at the moment, which makes me feel that we have to speed up at protecting, at knowing, at really being knowledgeable. There were 3 little kids in Cahors this morning, 3 little girls. When I asked them, where are the flatwinkles? She said, Miss, show me. Once I showed a picture, they dashed off, and they knew. But so many people. I've brought some show and tell, and I'd love you to later look at some of this and tell me, which of these do you know? Which of these do you know what they're doing? How, for example, if you were a crab, how would you get bigger? How would you get calcium out of water? How would you get calcium out of water if the pH changes and becomes acid? And you are much more vulnerable for much longer, hiding under seaweed, waiting for your new skeleton to grow. We are finding far more soft shells now. Things are happening right around us. We cannot afford to lose more biodiversity. We have to restore. Coastwatch works mainly with citizen science. We're all volunteers. Our core team are scientists and lawyers. And we work with the people on the ground who will make and do make the difference once they have the knowledge and the tools. And we have had some fantastic success on halting things before they happen, because locals told us. Halting things when they have already started to happen, and then making sure that the cleanup happens, like hazardous waste being put into the River Suir in Waterford Estuary from underground chambers, and nobody in authority speaking up because it was authority doing it, but a local docker who could lose his job trusted us enough to tell us. And the judge was brilliant because he didn't just ask them to pay a fine, he asked us, and what would Coastwatch like to happen? And we said, please pour concrete into those underground chambers so that they can't do it again next time. So it's how you solve a problem, which is also incredibly important. We have something for those of you who are in Malahide, which you can look at later. Very small, inconspicuous. If you were a farmer, you'd say, Asha, it's just new grass. It's seagrass. It's grass which lives in the sea, and it's a huge carbon store and incredibly important for biodiversity. It's right out here, Malahide Estuary, where you are. Last year, we brought, a few months ago, Minister Dara O'Brien out there. And he looked at it, and he said, I never knew it was there. And there's so much of it. And I'm now so proud of it. And we find that again and again, when people go down, we have over 7,500 kilometers of shore. There's no way officials can look after it. We have to look after it, all of us. Officials are just part of a system of looking after something. When people know how special something is, then they're motivated. And when the attitude changes, that it's not only, I'm going to protect this because it has so many ecosystem services, and that's why, but I'm protecting it because I'm quite ignorant as a human, and there may be many other reasons why that's there. So am I out of time? I can have one more minute. Okay, thank you. You introduced in your first introduction the mehel. The mehel brings joy. When you just tell people how things are going downhill, they get depressed, and they really want to prefer to do something else, like watch a match, which is neutral. When you restore or protect, the confidence, the joy, it totally changes things. We were part in one little area. We constantly try new things. As people, as several thousand coast watchers work as volunteers each year on the Coast Watch Survey and in other things, they try things. And a recent EIP, which has just finished in Ballymoney Stream, we worked farmers and community together to try and improve biodiversity and the quality of the stream. And after a year, there was a tiny improvement. It wasn't huge, but our knowledge was enormously bigger. So we know the road, how to improve it further. And the mehels which we had to plant, the nurseries we started so that we could help each other because the money was very tight. That is what we need. And then we need clarity. We cannot have people going, yeah, I could be responsible, but you know what? You should go to National Parks and Wildlife Service. And National Parks and Wildlife Service tells you you should go to Foreshore. And Foreshore tells you back to the County Council. That is a recipe of loss and frustration. The new Maritime Spatial Planning Law, which was enacted on the 23rd of December last year, but the bits haven't been commenced yet. That's our chance. If that is done beautifully, we really, I think, in the coastal zone can have improvements. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. And there's nothing like having some realia, some physical things to get the visual going. So thank you very much for that as well, Karen. We'll send them round. Okay, we're going to take 20 or so minutes for discussion. I hope you'll forgive me because we're going to go 10 minutes over in our schedule because we're kind of 10 minutes behind coming from lunch. But if that's okay, I think it's useful to have 20 minutes now to discuss everything that you've heard from the Irish Environmental Network, the Irish Wildlife Trust, An Taisce and Coastwatch through them, and also to discuss the video about the NGOs. So I'll see you back in 20 minutes. Okay. Sorry. The laughter of table 1 is infectious. It's a very serious business. I don't know what you're laughing about. Okay, do we have some questions for our panelists that are here? And we very much do. And I'm keeping all this in mind, and I will come back. Table 10 have not got to ask a question yet, and so I'm going to come to them first, and then I'll come back over here.
Hi, so my name is Aves, and I guess my question, or rather our question, was do you think that the privatization of semi-state-owned or fully state-owned organizations is something that can be a hindrance to trying to reverse biodiversity loss, as you know, private interests, business interests might take precedence over you know, the greater good, which I guess state-owned companies would be more likely to care about.
Great question, thanks, Aves.
Do you have a state agency in mind, or did you?
We might just get the microphone back to you, yeah.
Yeah, so when they're state-owned, I guess they could be more conscious of, you know, the government's own agenda in regards to biodiversity loss, maybe try to reduce its emissions or pay, you know, carbon tax to offset its emissions. But as it became privatized, business interests, shareholders, profits takes precedence over the government's agenda in that case.
It's an interesting question. I'm trying to think of examples. We do have semi-state bodies, such as Coillte is the biggest landowner in the state. It owns about 7% of Ireland. Bord na Móna, which owns a lot of our bogland. The Office of Public Works, for instance, is also a state agency. I'm not sure being close to government has allow them to prioritise the protection of biodiversity. In some instances, not in all of those examples, but Coillte, for instance, is set up in order to make money on a for-profit basis. And so addressing the climate of biodiversity is not among their priorities. They might say it is, but it isn't really. And so the big issue we have is with those kind of state agencies that either own land or they're responsible for certain activities on land, but that protecting biodiversity is not their remit. And a lot of it is to do with just outdated legislation. Like the Office of Public Works operates under the Arterial Drainage Act from 1945, under which it dredges and drains about 12,000 kilometres of rivers, and they would say to us, look, we have to operate under the legislation that's there. So that is a problem in many cases.
Thank you. Contrasting exactly what you were asking, I think, of us. And Karen, you want to respond to that too?
Yeah, maybe just to add to it, harbour authorities are usually in estuaries, in very sensitive areas. And I remember talking about 2 years ago to a harbour authority and saying, look, instead of pushing capital dredging scheme to get even bigger and deeper, because every other harbour is trying to do the same thing, and you don't need all of this, why not go for ecotourism and for environmental protection and archaeology? This is Waterford Harbour, which is really a very beautiful estuary. And he said, Karen, my terms of reference are to make money. And if you change the terms of reference, then on a personal scale, yes, I can see that makes sense. So where we have to focus on is the terms of reference.
Thank you, Karen. Now, there was a shot of hands up here, so I'm going to take your question on table 2. Table 2 first, sorry.
Hi, we were very impressed with the presentations from the NGOs and from the local environment groups. And we were just wondering, and I'm not too clear on the brief of the Irish Environmental Network that you referred to, but we were wondering if there were a permanent funded forum for NGOs and possibly local environmental groups would actually be of use, maybe better use than the Citizens' Assembly, but certainly be of use? And if so, what sort of shape it might take?
Yeah, thank you for that. That's a difficult question to answer, because if it's like environmental NGOs, we've been at this for years. Like, we were talking about, we've been going since the 40s, IWT's been going from the 70s. We talk and talk and talk until we're blue in the face, and we still aren't getting where we need to go. So while it'd be great to get us all in the same room talking to each other, our message doesn't seem to be getting out there, which is why a process like this is so important. So the government can hear from other voices, and they would look to us and likely think, oh, they're those tree huggers again, or the people who don't understand how the economy works. They just care about the coast or whatever. So I think we need some sort of a hybrid where I can't think of a good example. Essentially, we need more money to go into the ENGO sector, but we need to find a better mechanism so what we're saying is being heard. I don't know what the solution is to that. I don't know, Karen and Porrick, if you've any
I'll just
suggestions.
add to that. The IEN, the Environment Network, has about 34 organisations in it, and we all have a national remit, so it's just for national organisations. And that is designed just to bring us together so that we're not duplicating work, and it works very well, I think. Then there's another structure called the Environmental Pillar, which was formed under Bertie Ahern's social partnership. So under that, we get access to meetings with ministers, meetings with state agencies and all the rest of it. But as Elaine said, it's a box-ticking exercise for a lot of them. Oh, we've met the environmental groups, we're just going to carry on doing what we do anyway. So that message that we're trying to deliver is not getting up to the levels where it needs to be.
May I just add one other thing? So to be fair to government, government is funding the Environment Pillar and NGOs, and they are permanent staff there to coordinate us and to have those meetings with ministers. And some ministers do react. But others don't even want to see you. So, and there's no obligation to see you. But something else, which is a hybrid, which could be wider than us NGOs, is like an Aarhus Centre, like ENFO used to be, where people can go to get information, and where you have a knowledgeable core, like a green telephone, where you can phone, you say, look, this is happening, help me. And we don't have that at the moment.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the question. I'm going to take this question from table 3, and I'm not purposely ignoring people, but those who have already asked a question today, I'm just going to try and make sure that there's opportunity for as many diverse voices as possible. So.
Thanks. Hello, I'm Anne. We were also very interested in the funding, and we were amazed, all of us at this table, with both your work and the local community groups. But we also were querying the National Biodiversity Plans, and we gather that we are preparing the 4th one at the moment. Have you any input? Is there any results from these plans previously? Any proof of implementation? Any results? Or do you see them? Thank you.
So the answer is yes. So I represent the Environmental Pillar on the Biodiversity Forum, which is an independent group to monitor the implementation of the Biodiversity Action Plan. But as you point out, we've had 3 of these action plans so far, and we're going to produce another one. And none of them have really been implemented, let's be honest. They're produced by, a minister, and then there's no obligation for other ministers to read them. There's no obligation for departments to actually do the things that are said in it. They monitor their own implementation. The forum itself is quite weak. There's no, we're not really set up to hold the government to account in a way that, for instance, the Climate Advisory Council is set up in order to hold the government to account for the implementation of the Climate Act. So basically, those mechanisms aren't there to hold the government to account for doing the things that it wants to do. I mean, yes, we have input, but it doesn't go very far.
Can I just quickly add something to that? And just to say, if you haven't already noticed, in Ireland we're great at committing to things and promising to do things, but we're really bad at actually delivering it. So one suggestion would be to move the Biodiversity Action Plan onto a statutory footing, a bit like the Climate Act. So it's actually given power. So you can, you can wield a big stick and say, have you done your bit? So that would be one of the suggestions that the ENGOs would have for how that could be tackled.
And just to add to that, this fourth biodiversity plan will wait for our recommendations to come through. And so hopefully the recommendations from this Citizens' Assembly will also feed into that biodiversity plan. But then you might ask, well, then what happens to it after that too? So all things to consider for down the line. Okay, we have time for one or two more questions if there's any more hands that are... Anyone on table 13? Because table 13 haven't asked a question today yet. I'm going to put you on the spot.
While they're thinking, can I just add one other thing to, you know, the All-Ireland Pollinator Plan, which came out earlier this year. And you know the rewilding by Keelings, where they were giving out the wildflower seed, which came from I don't know where. So you have two totally contradictory things. The All-Ireland Pollinator Plan says, don't buy those seed packets, give your local native flora a chance. At the same time, you are getting free packets of seeds. And I was praying that there would be somebody in government who would say something. But the pollinator plan is only advisory. And it is, so the pollinator plan says, just don't mow, encourage your native plants with the dormant seeds to come up. But at the same time, it was marketing. Industry were marketing a rewilding of Ireland with seeds, which in the majority of cases has come from abroad.
Okay, thanks, Karen. We can't check that fact right now, so we might have to come back to it, but we will be talking about industry at some point as well. So we have a brave person from table 13. Thank
Hello.
you.
So Rebecca from lucky number table 13. Thank you so much for all the information and speakers. We've really taken on everything. And everyone's answered or asked great questions, so we're like, shit. But I think we've kind of really understood that there's like a lack of clarity, there's a lack of kind of talking from the top to the bottom and the bottom to the top. And maybe do you guys have another country that you'd look to that does what we need to do really well, or is there somewhere where we can look for really good advice on the struggles we're having with clarity and communication and funding? Like, does anybody do it really well? And we can copy that. No, yeah. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Great question, Rebecca. Thank you. To the panel?
Maybe Coast Watch is in 23 European countries, and we asked exactly that question. And the answer is no country is perfect, but each or most countries have something they're doing particularly well. So Luxembourg, for example, I would point out would be particularly good at education and knowledge and wanting the citizens to understand what is precious and making it politically possible for the minister to do the right thing by having so every child, for example, by law, the education minister used to be part of our group. And when he became minister, from being an NGO, he said, the first thing I'll do in the first 3 months, I will make every child it mandatory that they go to an environmental education center and out into the countryside at least 2 days a year, because they have to understand nature and see it. And it's made a huge difference.
My favourite countries, I have to look outside Europe. As Karen said, there's no country that's really doing it perfectly, but some countries are doing it really well. Nepal managed to double its tiger population in the last 10 years, and Nepal is one of the poorest countries on earth. Costa Rica had a terrible problem with deforestation in the 1980s, recognized the problem, paid farmers for what we are calling now ecosystem services, basically to regenerate, to allow the forest to regenerate, and they're enormously proud of their country in terms of the nature and biodiversity they have. Some of the countries in Latin America have rights of nature in their constitution. In Ireland, we have been drowned in a kind of a greenwashing message that, you know, Ireland is sure windswept and the Atlantic Ocean is lapping at our shores and everything is wonderful. And this is the message that we hear. But I think we have to be obviously honest with ourselves in the first instance, but there are certainly countries that are doing it a lot better than we are.
And if I can come in with that, Rebecca, just because I'm reading Roman's book at the moment, and there's certain countries that seem to revere nature far better than we are doing. Parts of Canada, New Zealand, Chile, I think in its new constitution, which is putting together through Citizens' Assembly, is now incorporating rights of nature, things like that. So we might actually come back to that because it's a great question. So thank you, everybody. I feel like there's been a wealth of discussion, a wealth of content, a wealth of questions today. I'm sure you're all exhausted and a little bit overwhelmed, but that's okay because we'll solve all the problems now this evening when you're relaxing over dinner. Don't worry, you don't have to talk about biodiversity anymore. Thank you to the 25 people who asked a question today, and a special thanks to Fiona in Table 3 who started us off with all the questions. So a round of applause for Fiona. I just want to thank our signers as well, Darren, Michael, for being here for the whole day long, working away, and just it's great to have that because it's ensuring that there's people at home who can tune into the work that we're doing. And according to social media, there are a lot of people tuning into what we are doing today, which is great. Thank you also to the facilitators and note takers led by Aoife. Your work is really important because I believe Art and I now get to review notes that have been taken from today. And don't worry, nothing from the conversations will be lost. They will be reviewed, summarised. We're going to come back to it first thing in the morning, answer questions that haven't been answered. The EAG will be here, so we will be mopping up anything from today that you feel didn't get answered. And do tell us what is missing now that we can incorporate weekends 2, 3. Hopefully we have thought about it already, but we may not have. So looking forward to having your feedback. Our arrangements for this evening, for those who don't want to escape to watch, there's a soccer match happening apparently, Robert told me. So maybe you'll get time to do both, but there's a reception in the Griffin Lounge at 6:30 p.m. and that's followed by dinner in the O'Carlin Suite at 7:15. So 6:30, you have time to go stretch your legs, get some sea air if you wish, or just relax in your room and not have to talk to anybody for an hour. Imagine, wouldn't that be lovely? Okay, thank you everybody. I think it's been a great first day and thank you so much for that.